We were born for this. Game time, frame of mind, got you on defense. I can't wait, no breaks, never on the fence. Cause every shot you don't take, you are going to miss. Let the games begin. We only came for one reason. We came to win. So if you didn't hear me, let me say it again. We only came for one reason. We came to win. The grit, it's time to hit the grind. I must admit we fit to shine. Anywhere in our way should get behind. We bring the punishment whether or not it fits the crime. You about to burn out your energy. We about to turn up intensity. You versus me should be a penalty. So be concerned if you are defending me. You won't find you a better team. Fulfilling all the dreams that you ever dreamed. We'll never leave. We not just the best, but the best that you ever seen. You won't find you a better team. Fulfilling all the dreams that you ever dreamed. We'll never leave. We not just the best, but the best that you ever seen.
The competition intensifies here in Jeddah as we kick off day 4. Those who triumphed yesterday are ready to do battle once again, as 128 players are now down to 64. It's knockout pool all the way as the racks increase and the pressure heats up. Welcome to another thrilling day of the World Pool Championship. Welcome to day 4 of the World Pool Championships. You heard it there, the pressure is increasing. The heat has been raised a little bit because it is now single elimination. We are talking first to 11, so the racks have gone up as well. As always, joined by Jeremy Jones and Carl Boyes. Gentlemen, here we go. This is it. This is what we've been waiting for. Single elimination pool, no second chances. You're going home if you lose.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, all the players, the field's been cut in half now, hasn't it, JJ? And, if you're a pool player and you start in the first round of this tournament, it feels like you've gone past the first round now. I know they've played more than one match, but now they're in this single lim. That is obviously the first goal for these pool players.
Yeah, JJ, the racks now go up to 11. Who does that favour? The more experienced players, would you say?
Yeah, I think so. And I think if all the players just remind themselves, it favors them all. It's just, percentage-wise, it's going to be the favorites that look at it as a more comfortable situation. And all the players just got to remind themselves these matches can change, especially when the races get a bit longer.
Yeah, I asked you guys this question top of the show yesterday. You've seen everyone play once at least. Now you've seen everyone play at least twice. Now that you've seen that, who do you favour? Like, who are you looking at as that's really impressed you so far?
Yeah, to be honest, it's a bit tricky. Obviously, certain players come through a different route. I've been impressed with Fedor Ghost, actually. Not so much the sort of level he's played. He's trying to find his A game, but the fact that he's been
grinding.
Oh, he's grinding away.
Yeah.
He played on this table here just last night. He won a hill match. He had a bit of a tricky-ish 9-ball, and he knocked it in, and he showed a lot of emotion, something you don't really see with Fedor.
Yeah, you mentioned Fedor. Let's remind ourselves of how the action went down last night. Here's Phil Yates with a recap.
Last night, in a battle of the Brits, Chris Melling was breaking bad. The Englishman came up dry no less than 7 times. He was suffering from gout in his big toe, yet still survived a tough test, defeating Imran Majid 9-4 to reach single elimination. Melling through to the last 64. Then there was drama, to the max, in a match full of incident, mistakes, and several highlight reel shots. Max Lechner ended the championship of US Mosconi Cup captain Skylar Woodward. The Austrian prevailed 9-6 as Pool Sky crashed down.
Yeah, yesterday had a bit of everything. A couple of shocks, so you heard it there. Imran Majid going out to Chris Melling going through to the last 64. Max Lechner beating Mosconi Cup captain Skylar Woodward. Then you have a look there. Former 2-time world champion Albin Ocean out, losing to Yoen Chua 9-3. And you can see there on table 2, Mohamed Soufi, last year's finalist, coming through against Chang Jun Lin 9-4. Some interesting results there. Again, a couple of favourites going out. Some people going through that we maybe didn't expect to go through. Yeah,
but, just looking at that recap there, you're looking at Soufi, Jeremy. We've not really spoke about him. He got to the final last year, kind of disappeared a little bit. He's just won a Euro Tour before this event, so he's got a bit of confidence. And, he's the fastest player on tour. He just gets down, aims, pulls the trigger, and he could go on a deep run again.
Yeah, you kind of read my mind there, Carl, I'll be honest with you. Just because I said it last night, I think he's the least amount or the less player to think about the dollars. Really, just to get it down there, the way he pulls the trigger, I think it can really serve some good purpose.
Look, we said there's so many people that can win this tournament. I think we picked out 20 or 30, but you did sort of pinpoint Skylar Woodward as your guy to watch, someone that you think could go all the way. How surprised were you with his performance yesterday?
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought the brain got away a little bit was the main thing. Occasionally Skylar can miss a ball, but usually he's really intact. a couple decisions got away, and you know, it just wasn't to be.
Yeah, and Skyler's obviously out of the tournament. His good friend Billy Thorpe's there. I know Skyler's over there. He's got his little notepad out and he's making notes of all the American players that are still left in, because obviously he's the captain of America.
How good is it as well to see the players that have gone out still stick around? They've not gone home. They've not got on flights back to all over the world. They are sticking around and supporting some of their fellow pros.
Yeah, it depends, you know, who you are. Some players travel alone, you know, very, you know, got their own mind at the table, but some players are very pally. You know, Albin Ocean's exited the event, which is a big shock, probably the biggest shock so far. He's good friends with Max Lechner, so I'm sure he'll be supporting Max. This was obviously the match with Albin Ocean and Johan Chu. I commentated on this match. Albin was just not at the races at all.
Wasn't he 6 racks down in that one?
Yeah, he was 6 down. He got back to 6-3, and then he had a miscue on a 3-ball, and that could have really turned the match. But you know how good of a safety player he is, JJ. His safety was all over the show, everything. It was not a good performance.
Albin Ocean bad or Johan Chewett good?
Well, it had to be a combination of both, and I expected Johan to play a pretty good match. He played pretty solid, besides a couple of mistakes you wouldn't expect against Jason, and Albin just hasn't had his form just yet. We know he's going to get it back, but it's not there at the moment.
Yeah, a couple of big names gone, but still so many big names in the tournament. Let's remind you of what we got coming up for you this afternoon. I mean, look at that. FSR versus Mickey Kraus, the current world champion and world #1 in action on our TV table, as is SVB as well, the former world champion back in 2022. He takes on Woo Kun Lin. Jason Shaw in action as well, Hanoi Open champion against Mustafa Al Nar. And I love this one, Kazikis versus my favorite, AJ Manis from the Philippines. Youngster that I think is going to surprise a few people here this evening.
Yeah, he's playing Alexander Kasakis. You know, he won the Masters a couple of seasons ago. He's just had twins as well, so I'm sure he's glad to be over here getting a bit of sleep as well. But he's got a tough match there, AJ Manis, you know, 17, 18 years of age, plays without, you know, any worry, any pressure, just such a beautiful stroke.
Yeah,
so many
I love
good players, by the way. Sorry, JJ. So many good players on the outside tables. We're seeing Kachi just behind us getting ready as well. I mean, Kachi on the outside table, again, it shows how many good players are still left in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the cream of the crop. It's the toughest Whirlpool Championship field we've ever seen. Could be some surprises come to the end, but they got to get through 2 rounds today to get that final 16.
Yeah, and obviously there's 2 rounds. You know, we're going to play last 64, last 32. Obviously, they're playing for this trophy here, but, you know, the dollars have gone up. You know, it's 15,000, I think it is, for the last 16. That's like getting to sort of the semis of an open event, so there's big things here today.
Yeah, it isn't just the World Pool Championship. Obviously, we're here for the big one. The Saudi Arabian Junior Championship is going on as well. I can see the young players just behind my right shoulder practicing. You've been downstairs. I've watched you guys practice with those young players as well. Just kind of what talent is coming through. What can we look out for?
Yeah, there's some good talent, especially over here in the Kingdom. You know, there's a young kid who was playing last night and he won Hill and he was screaming the room down. You know, he's only probably 10, 11 years old, and you know, I know Jeremy was impressed as well with the talent.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we see it all over the world, and it's not any less here in Saudi.
I saw a 7-year-old, by the way, whose pool bag was bigger than him.
I know which one you mean. He can play that kid as well.
Yeah, he's very, very good. All right, that's the future, the current champion. Sorry, that's definitely the future. The present champions is FSR, the current world champion. He's in action on a main TV table against Mickey Kraus. Just how special is FSR when we talk about people that can win this tournament back to back?
Yeah, he's been a fantastic champion. You know, he's such a great advert for the world of Nineball. You know, we're trying to grow the sport. We're still down at the bottom, but, you know, Matchroom are doing such a fantastic job, you know, taking the sport all over the world and, you know, getting it on TV, getting it on live TV, because it's such a beautiful game, played all over the world, and you couldn't ask for a better advert than Ruiz.
Should be a good one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mickey Kraus is in form. He had a great UK Open. But FSR played his best match by far in the last round, so he's going to lean on that moving forward.
Here we are, day 4, ready to begin. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is about to kick things off. Let's do this.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome Nineball fans all around the world here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as Matchroom Pool and the Ministry of Sport presents to you the 2024 World Pool Championship. Well, as you've heard, only 64 players remain, and at the end of the day, only 16 will be left in the competition. The World Pool Championship is not for the faint-hearted. Who will be rising to the occasion, or who will crumble under the pressure? All eyes on Jeddah. Let's play Nineball. Up first on table number 1, please welcome Mustafa Alna and Jason the Eagle Eye Shaw. And on table number 2, please welcome Lee Van Corteza and James Aranas. And on the TV table up first, please welcome the Viking Mickey Kraus.
Let's get the rock out of here. Sunday weekend, up all night. In at the deep end, hang on tight. Won't take a minute, won't take long. So get on in it. Come on, come on. Let's get.
And his opponent is the reigning champion of the world, El Ferrari Francisco Sanchez Ruiz.
As always, Table 1 and Table 2 you can watch live right now on the Matchroom Pool YouTube page and Matchroom Multisport. But our focus is our main table and current world number 1 and world champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who takes on Mickey Kraus. So let's head over to our commentary team of Jeremy Jones and Michael McMullen.
Thanks, Eddie. Hello, everyone. It was 33 years ago, yesterday, that this World Championship title was successfully defended for the first time. It remains the only time. But that's something Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is hoping to change here in Jeddah on Saturday night.
Well, hello everybody, it's day 4 already of this World Pool Championship. We're live in Jeddah in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it's straight knockout now. We've had 3 pretty frenetic days, haven't we? But it's straight knockout, last 64, and we're going to be bringing you Jason Shaw against Mustafa Alnar in our first match here on table 1. So these players have made it through. Of course, Jason Shaw won his 2 matches. He's one of the big favourites here, and Mustafa Alnar was very interested first victory out over Fedor Gorst, 9-3. That made a lot of people sit up and take notice. He was here till late last night. Lost his second match to Elliot Sanderson, but was here till late last night. He beat Khalid Al-Ghamdi 9-4 to book his place in the last 64. So the field has thinned out, well, it's been halved, in fact, down to 64. Carl Boy's alongside me. It's kind of getting serious now, Carl.
Yeah, we are past round 1. If that makes any sense. Double elimination format is over. That is the goal of every player in this event, of course. So just 64 remain, and Mustafa Alnar, I've not seen this guy play, to be fair. Quite unusual, obviously. Must have some game about him, the way he took apart Fedor Gorst in the opening round, and actually, he was 6 racks to 0 up over Elliot Sanderson. Ended up losing that match. Then come back and beat Al-Ghamdi, and now he's got a tough match here against Jason Shaw, as Jason Shaw plays his warm-up rack. I'm sure Jason Shaw, when the draw was made, I'm sure a little piece of him would have been pleasantly surprised with his draw. No disrespect to Mustafa, of course, and of course you're still going to go out there and get the job done. But pool players, when you're playing these double elimination events, and you know the one-loss players play the undefeated in the round of 64, you never quite know who you're going to get. So he could have drawn the likes of Fedor Gorst, Anton Raga, these players that were coming through that one-loss side.
Yeah, his best run in the World Championship quarter-final. I guess this would be a great year to better that with all the money that's gone up, but also the prestige, of course. Everyone wants to be champion. Jason Short, former US Open champion, number 5 in the world, one of the big favourites here. He's made it onto the poster. That's always a sign. If you get on the poster, you know that you really are one to watch. With the likes of Van Boning and Filler, etc., etc. So he's favourite for sure, but Al Noel's already, of course, sprung that big upset with the initial victory he had over Gorst. We'll see. It's now a race to 11, so race to 11. It's got a little bit longer. Just illustrating that it's got a little bit more serious as well. So they're going to play the last 64 in this session, and then tonight the last 32. Keep across the other scores as well. They're also back. The juniors are back out as well, playing their event.
Yeah, the junior final tomorrow, that will be available to watch on Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. They'll play in this very arena that we're about to watch between Short and Mustafa.
So, as ever, the lag to see who gets the break. Yeah, it's hard to believe we're halfway through this tournament already. There's been so much pool played, of course, already. And everyone who survived will just start to think, okay, it's time to, if anything, improve, focus. No more second chances, of course.
Yeah, and it actually used to be played over 5 days. This year we have an extra day. Just spreads it out, gives it that little bit more quality, and just lets the players have a bit more rest in between games. We're just waiting for the main TV table to start, as always. Then this match will get underway here. Interesting match on table 10. Eklund Kaci is playing Sanchin Perlovanovic, two very, very close friends. They travel all around the world with each other. When one gets beat and the other one's still in there, they become a bit of a support team.
Yeah, table 10, it always seems to be a close match on there. There's been some terrific matches actually on that one.
Yeah, it's like the 4th arena table, isn't
Yeah.
it, Dave? Sort of all set up on its own. Then we have 6 tables in 2 different sections, and then of course the three other arena tables, the main TV and 2 stream tables. Table 2 is the Battle of the Filipinos. Lee Van Corteza against James Aranas, Matchroom Multisport YouTube. Unfortunately no comms on that table, but at least you can follow the match.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing young AJ Manas as well from the Philippines on this table after this one against Alexander Kasakis. So a lot of good stuff coming your way here this afternoon. Yeah, the players just waiting for the main table to kick off. Off on the main table. So It's day 4 of the World Pool Championship here in Jeddah. Jason Shaw and Mustafa Al-Nar with the lag here. It's race to 11, remember, for a place in the last 32.
It's going to be a close lag, but it's Mustafa who's going to get the job done and get this match underway. He'll be breaking first. He's missed the one ball, that's the intended ball. But he'll go back to his chair knowing that Shaw's hooked and he'll have to play the push. You always feel like that's the second best prize.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I think now we've reached the straight knockout, if the favourites can really step up. I mean, we've lost a few, of course. We lost Albin Ocean on this table last night, but Jason Shaw, world number 5, it would be an upset for sure if he were to go out here this afternoon. He's won both of his matches 9-4 so far, so he's not really been troubled yet.
Where if you look at Fedor Gorsty's route, another one of the favourites, he's lost a match and he's won 9-7 and 9-8, so he's actually shaping up in this event in a real good position because he's been tested, he's gone through all the high pressure moments in this World Championships already, and we're only at the final 64 as where Shaw's breezed through to this stage, so it's all about knowing you can get over the line when it matters, and it's them sort of matches what Fedor Gorst has won that really kind of set you up and make you believe it's your time. Jason's got a long pot on this one. Cue ball's near the rail. Yeah, I'd be disappointed with that. You do expect to pot them. I'm not saying you pot them all the time, but when you're behind the shot, you do fancy it.
Yeah, we saw a couple of matches, didn't we, last night, where the sort of basically the first rack pretty much determined the outcome. I'm not saying it's going to happen again, but just trying to settle some early nerves and also trying to show your opponent how good you're feeling.
Well, it was one of them. He didn't want it in, but as it started to track down table, he would have thought he was going to go close, but he was hooked on the blue too if he did go in. But the jump shot, sure will fancy this, but you've got to try and get on the blue too. It's not going to be easy because the cue ball's going to be flying around, might run into the 6 ball. Let's watch the cue ball, yeah, it's bouncing around the table. Overall, well, I was going to say it's not too bad, but it's found the rail. I suppose if he pots it, cue ball's going to go near the racking area, and he might have a shot on the 3. Not easy these though, first rack. We've already seen a long pot missed by Short. Couple of long pots have gone astray for Jason Shaw. played both his matches on the main arena table. Now he's on table 1.
So Alnorin, chance to take advantage of a couple of the mistakes Shaw's made. I'm sure that the minute he beat Fedor Gorst, word went round that he's one to watch this week. So I found actually coming here, you know, it's very busy, a lot going on, but whoever you speak to, they all seem to know what's happened immediately. You know, the results, there's so many tables, but if there's been a big result, everyone knows about it immediately.
Yeah, and if you've never been to a pool tournament like this, and you're in the arena, and you don't know what score a particular table is, and you see a pretty healthy crowd around it, it's probably Hill. That ball took a little bit of a wobble at the UK Open. We spoke about this. They were just playing under 4 inches, and we was playing on a diamond table, so the package cut a little different. That ball had stayed on the table. But a couple of long pots. I feel like the yellow 1 ball was a little easier and the blue 2 was over the pocket, so big chance gone there for Jay. And I don't want to jinx it yet, Dave, but every match we seem to do at this event together, it seems to be pretty one-sided.
Yeah, basically got to win the first rack, it seems.
Yeah, forget Hill, it's all about the first rack.
Yeah, it's a massive occasion for Mustafa Alnor. Even before it started, I saw our floor manager Ben just walking him through how, you know, he walks up the stage, how to stop and pause and walk down. This is really why you put all the practice in for big days like this and huge events like this. Chance to show everybody, including of course Jason Shaw, what you can do.
Yeah, it might not be the end of the world, Shaw losing the first rack, because I'm not saying he's coming to this match thinking this is a walkover. Of course he hasn't, but I'm sure he's not got much experience with Mustafa, so this will just send a little message to the camp of Jason Shaw as he loses the opener.
Yeah, he would have been sort of learning there, just watching from his seat about his opponent. Race to 11 now, so it's gone up from the first stage. The draw was made quite late last night. Obviously had to wait for all the matches to be concluded. Max Lechner, who of course was on the main table last night, he's won his first rack. There's at the moment 12 tables in action. Of course more matches to come after these. That's 12 tables in the main event. Also the juniors are playing their tournament. And they are very keen to be on that table as much as possible, practicing or of course playing matches. We heard an extraordinary scream of joy, didn't we, from one of the winners last night, which woke anybody up who was just sort of drifting off. Here we go then, rack 2. Come up dry.
No shot, carbon copy of the first break off. Heard Jason call push. He's just trying to tie up another ball, which he's done splendid. That just gives you a bit of breathing space, a bit of insurance later on in the rack. You often see players trying to do that if it's available. So he's put Shaw back in to shoot. This is a little light of pace. Jason Shaw's brought the family over as well. He's got his wife Ira and 2 children. Sat just to the right hand side of where Shaw is playing, and I could never really play in that situation. I mean, I'd rather just be left alone.
I think, yeah, I think everyone's different. I mean, even in the snooker world, you know, some families seem to be there all the time. Others will see maybe for the final, but they'll keep the distance.
Yeah, they're not sat front row, are they?
No, that's putting a bit of extra pressure on, maybe a bit of extra motivation, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, Shaw's it's a different animal with things like that. Obviously, it's each to their own, isn't it? It's just when I glanced over, it's just something I noticed, and I thought, ooh. Okay, it's a little light. He may have left the pot. He has left the pot, actually. Defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is off to a flyer. He's won the opening 2 racks against Mickey Krause. Well, he's going to need to play an unbelievable shot here if he's straight. That's if he goes for the pot. He's not playing the pot. He's playing off the edge, I believe. Oh no, he did go for the pot. I'll tell you what, he has hit that as good as you'll see anybody hit a shot all day. Just one more good positional shot here. He's going to have to try and get on this purple 5, and he needs an angle, because if you remember, Shaw tied the green 6 up. Shaw did that for... Oh, this has gone way wrong. Look at that. Again, going back to the push out Jason played, when he tied them 2 balls up, it was all about tying them up for later on in the rack.
Yeah, that's supposed to be the problem, but he's already gone wrong here. Yeah, he was watching. I think he knew he was going to kiss the 8 there.
So here it is. It's all been about these two balls. Wants this to bounce, wants it on the top rail. Yeah, he's done well there. Top of the table. Mustafa showing a lot of respect to his opponent. Not sure how I feel about that at the minute. I can't decide whether it's good shot, or is it I'm playing Jason Shaw. It's not made me mind up at the minute. Gotta forget about that. Got a job to do here, it's Mustafa. If it's got the legs, it'll scratch. Wow, the difference, Dave, in that scratching and staying there is huge.
Got to say, I thought that was in as it was making its way down the table.
6 ball is near the pocket. He's missed 2 long guns. This would count as a long shot. He's trying to power the ball in here, you know. He wants to get closer. Oh, that is right out of the top draw. Look at how he's got the cue ball down here. Beautiful. What a shot.
Yeah, it seems that one shot now has got him involved in this match. Doesn't lack for determination, of course, Jason Shaw. But it's just sensing the moments in matches, the moments in racks. That was one. So he's going to level up here. Yeah, nicely done. Interesting start, isn't it? 1 each already between Jason Shaw and Mustafa Al9. This race to 11 here in Jeddah. Mickey Krause has won 3rd rack against FSO on the main table. Johan Chua, of course, who eliminated Albin Ocean last night. He's 2 racks up already, 2-0 against Ko Ping Han. In fact, Ocean, because we got the bus back, there's a special bus laid on, and he waited for it, and you could just see, I mean, I had to stand there obviously for about 10-15 minutes. You could just see the real crushing disappointment, obviously, of not being through to stage 2 of this World Championship.
Yeah, when Matchroom announced we was coming to Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the World Pool Championships, we didn't know what the prize fund was going to be. We knew it was going to be special. $1 million prize fund, 250,000. The winner will pocket, but the breakdown all the way through is by far bigger than something we've ever seen. So the players who have not made it through, the players who have come here with a real chance of winning, they're going to be mightily upset. Can't quite see where the purple 5's going to go for Jason. It actually goes in the bottom left corner where he's piece of chalk is, if he can get round there. Oh, that looks a bit straight, so he's obviously got other plans. Oh, it goes in the middle. Even from that angle, doesn't look like it does. If it doesn't go in the middle, he'll play the hook, of course. Cue ball in behind the 6. have it. Did go in the middle.
So that great pot in the second rack. For now, it's turned things in Jason Shaw's favour. Terrific break and run from him to lead 2-1. Yeah, I mean, it's lovely to see his family here. Obviously, you've got to, at these events, balance your time as you can between focusing on what you're doing, but also some downtime as well. Sometimes just takes a bit of the sort of pressure off, gets out of that environment where everyone's just talking about the pool and talking about who's playing who and the results. You can, obviously, if you've got your family here, maybe get away from that for a few hours.
Yeah, very well behaved as well. The gadgets, that's what does it. The old phones and the iPads, that'll keep him quiet. Good break, again. Can see the blue too, but he's very thin. If he's going to go for the pot, he'll be tempted. If he can two-rail the blue 2 and find a path for the top rail, he might decide to run the cue ball in behind the 8 and the 9. Is he attacking or is he playing safe? I don't blame him for having a go. He caught the rail too quickly. Too soon. Of course, if you don't pop the ball, it's going to stay near the pocket. Chance for Mustafa here, can go rail first, swing the cue ball round. Yeah, there's the rail first. He's got a shot in the side. And that green 6 ball will pot in the side. So from the purple 5, if he just gets the cue ball, even where it is now, for instance, he can pot the 6. Just make sure you get the cue ball in this bottom half of the table. You get nothing for being short of pace here. That's perfect. Didn't want to cannon them 2 balls, did he? Good news, he can still pot the 7. Just got to try and find the right path for that cue ball. How's the line? How's the pace? Probably not the intended pocket this when he started out the run out, but the fact that he's close and he's right in behind this should be no bother at all to tie this last 64 matchup. This is for 2-2.
Yeah, he's done well, but it took a long time over those, and I just feel we're very early in the match. You know, what if it's sort of 8 all, 9 all later? How's he going to feel then? Because he did seem to just really sensed that they were big shots and he made them into them. He potted them though, so he's won the rack. It's 2-2 and we're level again. 3-1 now on the main table to FSR. Remember, this is the last 64 and then tonight the last 32, so we're down on the penultimate day tomorrow to just 16. Line has gone 2-1 up in his match. A lot of interest, of course. We saw Rav Suke last night, didn't we, with that very dramatic win over Karl Naderberg. A 37-year age gap between them. Yeah, I'll be interested to see if this is sort of close all the way, how he starts to feel later, because he did look a bit edgy there, but he got the rack one.
Players are trying to pop the 1 ball. We know that in the side pocket. He didn't do that. He's not done that yet in this match. The random ball has found a pocket. And he does have a pot here. He might have to play it with loads of right hand spin just to come down the bottom right hand side of the table for a shot on the blue too. Tell you what a shot he has played there. That has finished absolutely plumb. I never thought he could have got the cue ball there. I think he took a bit of a gamble, don't get me wrong, but that's worked out absolutely plumb. You can see he's just looking for an angle on the red ball now. He's got to get back up with the big 4. looks a little awkward and all. Always trying to find that natural path.
Yeah, of course, no shot clock on this table, as we know. It's only on the main table.
Playing the one rail on, trying to go back up where his hand is. He's got to go, needs to keep going. Yeah, he's done well, to be honest. Good shot. He's got 5 balls left, and if he knocks these in again, it'll just send a little statement out to Shaw. Shaw will know this layout was a little tricky from the opening shot. Played a couple of nice positional shots so far. Now he's in ball in hand territory. Catcher is flying against one of his closest rivals on the circuit. He's won the opening 4 against Perlovanovic. Also flying, Billy Thorpe has won the opening 4 against Oliver Szolnocki. Szolnocki very consistent in every event he plays in. He's got work to do over there.
It's been a good visit in the end, this. Mustafa Alnar taking it to some of the big hitters in the pool world this week, including here Jason Shaw, and he leads him 3-2. Yeah, I was watching Shaw, actually watching him, kind of working him out as he plays him, but he'll already be aware that, okay, he does take his time a bit, but he got the job done there. A couple of little hurdles to get over, which he did. Still early days, but already an interesting match. We've had some one-sided matches for some reason on this table. There's been quite a few, but this doesn't look likely to be one here. Krause has pulled one back against Sanchez Ruiz on the main table, so 3-2. Remember, you can watch that on Sky Sports in the UK, various other TV platforms. Check out matchroompool.com. Table 2 is being streamed, as of course here is Table 1. You can watch those on the Matchroom Pool and Matchroom Multisport YouTube channels, and plenty of people have been doing exactly that.
Still yet to find the one ball, isn't he, on the break? And this is what happens when you're not breaking. When you're not breaking well. I think he's had 3 dry breaks now in this match. Shaw's at the table on the one ball. This finish is a lot easier if the purple 5 goes into the pocket past the green 6. That's not ideal from Jay. He needed to be over another foot to the left. He's got a bit of an angle there now. Well, he's sure going to play the two-way bank. Banking the purple 5, or is he playing safe in behind the 7? Yeah, he's playing safe. Nicely done. Good shot. Very clever. Keeping the heat on his opponent. He's not happy as he sits back down, but if you keep playing good safeties like that, it should always stand you in a good place. Two-rail kick. Try and just get the purple 5 on the top rail. Or put it there. Yeah, this is what Shaw can do. He can start to beat himself up a little bit, but he played a good safety, but it was the positional shot onto the 4 that went wrong. Pool players have short memories. If he'd have got on that pink 4 better, he could have got the cue ball down table to clear the table. He'll just try and jump this ball and hit the left edge of the 5. Get the cue ball over to that brown 7 again. Yeah, that's fine. He'll be delighted with the outcome there.
Yeah, he was obviously disappointed to not take advantage after Al-Nar came up dry on the break. Chris Melling last night, 7 dry breaks in that match with Majid, but still won.
Cue ball is a little close to the corner. Yeah, great pot. Needs the cue ball to keep going though to get a shot on the 6. Well, he does have a pot. It's a little thinner than he wanted, but he can definitely take care of this, can Short. Wants the cue ball to slow down here. Okay, he's going to have to play for the 9 in the other bottom right corner now. If he lands straight on the 8, of course he plays for the 9 in the bottom left. We will know if it's in, and it is. Turning into a bit of a battle, this one, Dave.
Yeah, he's having to show a bit of patience, but he's done that there, and 3-3. Hard to call in the early stages. Maybe Al-Nar's break will be an issue as the match goes on. As Jason Shaw just leaves the arena between racks. So all square 3-3. match. He's 24, Almar from Turkey. Been very disappointed, obviously, to have lost after that big lead he had over Elliot Sanderson, but here late last night beat Khalid Al-Ghamdi 9-4 to ensure his place here in the last 64. Just a reminder, it's Alex Kazakis and AJ Manis on this table after this match. And the money going up and up. The two players have both left, so we'll just take a short pause ourselves. We'll pick up when they return. Well, a lot going on, as you can see, around this arena. This is a great shot, actually, the camera, tracking camera, showing you some of the action from the outside tables.
Yeah, that's Mohamed Soufi on that 9-ball shot there, just on the pool table to the right. 3-2 up against Alyosha Yap. Let's see if he can pot it. We're going to get a look at this now. He's playing it into the corner. What a shot that is, as he cheers the bank in. Last year's runner-up.
Yeah, what a story that was. And yeah, you heard the yelp of delight there.
Table on the left, Ko Ping Han. He's the third brother of the Ko brothers. He's playing Yuan Chua. Chua's got a 4-2 lead in that one.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to get some of the finishes in with this camera later. As you see, roaming his way around. But we're just waiting for our two players, and we will then pick up. In fact, oh no, I thought one of them was coming back in, but when they do, we will resume.
Jason Shaw is back in the arena. If you're just joining us, this match has started, currently 3-3. Jason Shaw is playing Mustafa Al-Nar. Mustafa Al-Nar has actually beaten Fedor Ghost in this tournament. Ghost has survived, he's won his last two matches. He won 9-7, then late last night he won 9-8. can see Mustafa Al now making his way through the arena now. Race to 11 from the final 64 all the way through to the final. The final on Saturday evening will be a race to 15. Okay, back to the action. This match is 3-3. Jason Shaw.
Yeah, sure. Can you make sure the time again? Yeah.
To break.
Just because everybody walking around, just. Okay.
What he's saying is because people have been moving around, you know, the balls might have slightly moved.
Yeah, I'm sure the balls were fine, but it's funny, these situations when you're in the heat of battle, the brain makes you want weird things. It's actually not a big deal, but I kind of know what Jason means. He's a bit worried that the referee set him up about 3 or 4 minutes ago and maybe they've slightly moved, but no problem.
It's like when you leave your house, you think, pulling out in your car, did I lock that front door or not? I know I did, but I'm going to go and check.
Well, it worked because it was a good rack. Look at where the 9-ball is. It's not moved anywhere. It stayed in the diamond, and that means it's a good rack. Whenever you see the 9-ball float towards the bottom rail, it means there's a gap in the rack. When it stays there, it means it's a good rack. He's not happy with that one, but it's okay. Play the hook. Oh, that'll disappoint him. Wasn't the most difficult of escapes. Needed to hit before the middle. Safeties pay off, they really do. Ball in hand, put the cue ball anywhere you want, one shot. TV table, Mickey Kraus has took the lead, 4-3 over current world champ.
Sort of trading racks, haven't they? Question now, they've had a little break. Can Shaw start to just take a bit of control of this match? Still shaking his head, isn't he? Just quite ideal on this.
Yeah, he's played a few, not massively loose positional shots, but he's chasing the finish. He's having to pull off the pots like this. It's quite simple still, to rail up behind to centre. I think his game is a bit like that though. He's not known as a phenomenal cue ball player where he's always in perfect line. He's more a potter and a shot maker.
Yeah, and he's not making a meal of shots that are maybe just slightly not, you know, as straightforward as they could be. Just getting on with it. And 4-3, nicely done, Jason Shaw. As I say, this is sort of the interesting part of the match in many ways, this sort of middle section. If you can get 3, 4, 5 racks on the spin, suddenly he's a massive favourite, of course, to win. Putting pressure on Alnar if he does get the chances. certainly become one of the main faces, isn't he, of the sport, Jason Shaw, and a lot of the stuff that guys from Matchroom do, the social media stuff, he's often involved in that, representing the game well.
Yeah, Mosconi Cup captain this year. Not quite sure how I feel about player captains yet. I'm going to keep my mouth quiet and see how that unfolds. Little thin one on the blue too. Delicate little shot. He's not made the pocket. That is a big error. Look at where the cue ball's finished. He could come near the rail. Just pulled out the shot a little bit. It was a glorious chance to take a 2-rack lead.
Yeah, these little moments can turn into big moments. As I say, there's the danger for Al Nair is that Shaw was taking control, but maybe just handed back the initiative here. And this is a big visit, I think, just to make him dwell on that miss. If he can take these out. He's a player that he takes a while over his shots, but he actually plays them really confidently. Just getting into the headspace to play the shot.
This is the layout that Jason Shaw could have been doing. It's not often you see players not reach the pocket with the ball, is it? Of course, Jason Shaw's still well in this game as Mustafa taps the table, not happy, but the current world champ is in a little bit of bother over on the TV table. Mickey Krause is at the table. He's got a 5-3 lead over Ruiz, and he should knock the balls in. Could be 6-3 over there soon. It is 6-3, so Ruiz has got a bit of work to do over there. He's now erased 11, so he's got a bit more breathing space. This has gone wrong. Is the occasion just starting to get a little bit too much? Is he playing safe? Could maybe try and run the cue ball into the 8 and pot the 8.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an adventure, isn't it? His cue ball's running a bit loose, but anyway, that's what he's done, so still has the chance here on the last 2 balls. This is the big shot, and he's preparing himself for it.
I just get the feeling he's going to miss this ball, just the way the rack's gone. He's been chasing it. It's arguably the biggest shot of the match so far.
There you go, that's knowledge for you. Yeah, the fact he got up as well and then got down again, you know, he didn't look settled. So that unravelled, didn't it, that visit?
Yeah, you can't keep chasing the finish if your cue ball's not great, and you're trying to leave yourself too many pots, too many long pots. You will be missing balls, and that's what's happened here.
So in the end, Shaw does win the rack. Of course, left that 2 on the lip, but Al-Nar just lost his way. He seems to, as I said earlier, I mean, I said a couple of racks ago, he seems to be really building these shots up to be maybe a bit bigger than they actually are, some of the more standard shots, and that's why he was losing the cue ball. And in the end, as Carl said, he didn't sort of fancy him really for that 7, so maybe Shaw is making his move. 5-3.
Yeah, Shaw will be breaking as well, so if you can find a break and run, it becomes more punishment, doesn't it, that mistake? I think you're right, Dave. I think he's just overthinking a few positional shots. Just get the cue ball in an area. We know the pockets are sliding in. They're playing quite generous here this week. World Championships. Just get it where you need to be.
Problem is, it is a big match, but you can't keep telling yourself that. You've got to try and relax. Just play the game that you know you can play so well. Anyway, Shaw 5-3.
Yep, here we go. He's got to look at the lowest ball. This could well be a bigger punishment than just that one rack.
Yeah, the 2 took a nice little kiss off the 3. Oh, but he hasn't potted it.
Wow, what a mistake. Did not see that coming. Oh my, same pocket as well, but it was easy.
Well, it's almost the opposite of Al-Nar. It's almost as if he just took that for granted. Rather than making it a big shot, he just sort of assumed he was going to pot it, maybe.
I'd like to see another look at that one, but I don't think we have replay.
No, and that's not a good shot immediately.
Yeah, he could have actually played the 3 up the long rail as well. Didn't need to come back past the 3. He's having a meltdown here at the minute, Mustafa Al-Nar. He's not quite thinking straight. And after you've missed that chance and lost the rack, for Jason Shaw to break and have tap-ins and miss the easiest ball he's missed the whole event, and you only come to the table and pot 1 ball, it's poor, it really is.
Yeah, because it's sort of saying to Shaw, you know, even if you start making unexpected mistakes, you're not going to be punished. Al-Nar's struggling. Obviously, it's a sort of hangover from what happened in the last rack as well.
He's made the hit, but he's left a pot. Queuing off the rail. Yeah, he's done well there, Dave, because he's been clearly going through it for the last 10 or 15 minutes. So that'll just settle him back down. Still got work to do though. It's actually quite easy. You can get an angle on the 5, leave the cue ball in the middle of the table, and then play the cue ball below the 8 off 2 rails back into the middle.
miss on the 2 from Jason Shaw, of course, completely unexpected.
Eklund Katchi is 8-0 up over Sanjin Perlovanovic. Didn't see that scoreline coming, did we?
Oh dear. Oh dear, dear, dear. Well, it's getting worse and worse. I mean, Jason Shaw might have made his last mistake for all we know.
Something about that pocket, Dave. Is there a pocket there? Yeah, there is. Well, Jason Shaw is dodging bullets here. He really is. He's not playing his A game. He's losing the cue ball quite a lot. But his opponent has completely fell to pieces.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game of skill, but it's a game of psychology as well. And as I say, Shaw has missed a sitter, let's be honest, in that rack. But he can forget about it now. It didn't cost him an Alnar. The pressure seems to be growing now. The nearer he gets towards winning the rack, we saw him obviously miss that 7 before. He missed the 8 there. Just seems to be feeling it. The anxiety's coming on as he's closing out these racks, and it's a real test for him now of composure.
Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall for me now in this match. You just simply have to take these opportunities. You just cannot. He's had 2 easy chances to win 2 racks now, Mustafa. We know Shaw has made a couple of mistakes, but he can bounce back from it. Shaw, he's done it. He's won the big tournaments. He's played in the big pressure situations. Yeah, fair enough. He's not won a World Nineball Championships, but he's still been in this situation a lot more than his opponent, and he's breaking with a 6-3 lead. I believe he's got a pot on the 2.
He's having a good look here at how much of this he can see. There you go. So, big mistake really from Shaw. There was a lot of cover he could have got there. It's not happening, is it?
No, he's actually unbelievable. You know, when a player's just start to miss balls like that, I mean, I often find it hard to believe how it happens, but it's just the pressure, just struggling. Bank shot. Oh, he's missed the bank. That will infuriate him, but he's got second best prize. He's also getting away with things as well. It's been a strange old start to this match. 9 racks in, and we've pretty much seen everything you can possibly see.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for sure is he's not playing his best, but he's a massive favourite at the same time.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. His opponent has been awful. Absolutely awful. Just needs a little bit of help, doesn't he? Shaw's got to knock a good ball in hit. I just kind of get the impression if he does, it's kind of putting nails in coffins for me, I think. Yeah, middle of the pocket.
One of the rack where Elnor had the chance, overcut the 3. In snooker, that you have mid-session intervals where very often, if you're trailing, it gives you a chance to regroup. Not happening in this event. So something dramatic is going to happen for Mustafa Elnor to get back into this. He is struggling badly, and he's now trailing 7-3.
Pilovanovic has finally won a rack over there. He trails Ekman Kachi 8 racks to 1. Alex Pagalayan, he's playing BJ Usuri. Usuri is leading over there 5 racks to 3. The American picking up valuable points to get into his first Mosconi Cup.
On the main table, Mickey Kraus 6-4 and had the chance there for 7-4, just missed. It's a bit of a tense affair. But this match here, put it this way, if there's a turnaround, it's going to have to be a complete change of fortunes for Elnor in terms of cutting out every error. His confidence seems to have completely evaporated.
Yeah, and Shaw's breaking good. He's making the 1 ball a lot. It looks tight if he can get to the pot. If not, he'll play a jump shot. Got to get into the cue ball here. He's got to get the cue ball back down because the purple 5 and the 7 is in the way, or he can thump it over. He's got to play a good shot either way. Another missed ball. He's not been at the races himself, let's be honest. Get the impression it's now or never, don't you, for Elnor?
Yeah, I mean, he needs to get his confidence back. You're only going to do that. It's simple, really, by potting balls, but it seems the anxiety's been growing the closer he's got to actually winning racks. He's missed a couple of balls late on.
He's hooked himself here.
Well, that was one of his better ones. Obviously, he'd rather have been on it, but put Shaw in a bit of difficulty.
Oh, beautiful kick and stick there. Keeping the pressure on. Ruiz, talking about pressure, he's been under pressure over on the main table. He was 6-3 down to Mickey Kraus. That match is now 6 racks to 5, so he's pulled a couple back as he's just broke off. Will this sneak in behind the 9-ball? He will. Oh, did he just pull away? No, I think he's okay. Another 2-rail kick. Look at this one. Got pretty close there. I'll tell you what, if Jason Shaw would have played anybody today with some kind of game, he could have been out of this year's event.
Yeah, I mean, Alnart has been really struggling. He's needed a helping hand to have any sort of chance of getting back into it. Maybe this is the moment it could just start to turn back in his favour. Or at least just stop the rout. No, the opposite is the truth. He is really struggling, and that is the point. In any game, you just got to play better than the other guy. Now, Shaw's not playing his best, but he's playing the better of the two.
Shaw's mumbling something. I don't know what he's saying, but he's definitely saying something to himself. Yep, it's misery, it's heartache, because this has been a woeful performance. He's literally gifted racks to Jason. Not even difficult things have been going on though for Mustafa. It's been easy stuff.
Yeah, and as much as Shaw won't be too impressed with what he's doing, he'll be business-like. Just try and get the match won, improve tonight. Gonna have to, you feel, in the last 32. He's looking the only winner, even though he's struggling. He's just not struggling as much as his opponent. So Shaw just not being punished for the mistakes he's making. Alnart, at the moment, sadly for him, just can't do anything. And the gap has grown to 5 racks. It's 8-3.
Yeah, players play 2 rounds today, 64 and 32 rounds. So after this evening's play, there'll be 16 players left. That's when you really feel like you're getting into the meaty part of the event, don't you?
Well, it's hard to see this turning round, but let's see. Shaw would like to obviously win, that's number 1, but if he could just up his game towards the end of this match, at least that gives him a few positive thoughts going into tonight. 8-3 leads.
Another good break. He has broke very well. He's potted the 1 consistently. It just seems to be a couple of the pots have gone missing from time to time, and it's another 2 ball. It's in this pocket, what seems to have caused both players issues. Well, that couldn't have landed any better. Didn't want to hit the brown 7. Was playing it for the red 3 in the bottom left, not the bottom right. Let's help yourself time, really, this. As I say, if he could wrap up the match without any further mistakes, then it's going to just help his own mindset. Just look at this, Dave. Just look at this. It's rack after rack. What's going on?
Well, all the space he's got there to get on that 8.
Yeah, he's losing his rack here. He's just getting that way. He's been fortunate. I thought he was touching the 8, which means you can't pot the ball. So everything's just going Mr. Shaw's way. One thing's for certain, the game needs to improve if he's going to go on and win this title. FSR, who's won this title, defending champion, he's tied the match up. It's 6-6. Kraus is at the table, 3 balls left.
Catchy now 9-2 up, and Johan Chua, of course, beat Ocean last night 7-4 over Ko Ping Han. BJ Ussery 8-3 over Alex Pagulayan. But as for this match, well, it doesn't feel like there's much longer to run.
No, the writing's on the wall. I just don't believe Mustafa Al Nar can find a game. He's had far too many easy chances. Mohamed Sufit is going along nicely. 8-4 up over Lucius Yap. Lee Van Cortez a 5-4 over Aranis.
So Jason Shaw 2 away. Sorry, 3 away.
BJ Ussery 8-3. over Alex Pagulayan. The American making a statement. And that's why race to 11 is more favoured by players, because if you are 8-3 down, well, you've pretty much lost, haven't you, race to 9. But race to 11, still a bit of breathing space.
So playing the jump now, where's it going to finish? Needs a bit of help. Well, that'll do. Sure, keeping the pressure on though.
Another poor shot. Just seems to be the story of this match. Nothing clinical right from the very off it's been. When Shaw missed the opening long potting rack. One. I bet he can't believe he's 8-3 up.
Yeah, just to say, I think there's an issue with the on-score graphic because it's 9-3 to Shaw. So he actually is, as I said earlier, 2 away from winning this. Catchy on the hill, 10-2. What a performance from him. And on table 10, I said at the start, he's had a reputation this week for close matches. Not that one. Mickey Kraus, 8-6. Over Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, so a bit of an upset brewing there. on the main table. Well, it's just getting worse and worse, unfortunately, for Mustafa Al-Nar here. Shaw with ball in hand.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, Jason Shaw is 9-3 up in this match. We know it says 8-3, but it's actually 9-3.
Yeah, it's just completely petered out. Really, sure. I don't think he's gonna. Sure, he's not gonna pretend it's been a vintage performance, because he hasn't been. But he has the chance to improve, assuming he does get over the line tonight. He's gonna have to.
Yeah, Mustafa Al-Nar, he'll have enjoyed his first few days at this year's World Pool Championships. He's grafted hard. He's got through double elimination stage, but his performance here has been a shocker.
Jason Shaw picking up the pieces. He is on the hill. It is 10-3. There's a slight issue with the graphic there, but it is 10-3, so Shaw needs one more. He'll be in the last 32 this evening. Just to remind you, after this match we've got Alex Kazakis and Albert Manas. Manas just 17 from the powerhouse that is the Philippines.
Yeah, Manas is a talent. The way he plays the game, he gets on with it. Mickey Kraus 8-6 over Ruiz over on our TV table. Make that 9-6. He's just 2 away from knocking out defending champ. Shaw going to win it with the golden.
Oh, wow. Yeah, again, the graphic on the screen was wrong, but the result is right for Jason Shaw. So what a disappointing end for Mustafa Al-Nar, but the damage was done early on. He just made too many mistakes. There were a few racks where he really was struggling badly. It seemed to get too much for him, maybe a match too far. And Jason Shaw, looking to become world champion for the first time, will feel, I'm sure he has to improve, but he has the chance to do that tonight because he's in the last 32. He's a winner, 11-3. So we'll be back for Kazakis and Manas in about 5 minutes.
plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him. He's done it! And the shot tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
Well, we're looking forward to the next match on table 1. Alex Kazakis and Albert Manis. Manis just 17. These are the outside tables. Action going on there as well. Eklund Kachi already a winner pretty comfortably out there. Of course, Jason Shaw we saw on table 1 coming through. Alex Pagulayan trailing 8-4. David Al-Kaidi 7-4 up. Johan Chua 9-4 up, and Sufi, the runner-up last year, on the hill at 10-5. So a lot of action for the fancier to keep on top of. You can roam around and watch the various tables, and we're a few minutes away, of course, from the start on table 1. These are the latest scores. Mickey Kraus 9-6 up on Francisco Sanchez Ruiz on the main table. So the defending champion in a spot of bother there. He is at the table in the next early stages, but looking to avoid what would be a shock exit. And you can pick out some of the other matches I've already mentioned. If Al-Kaidi does win, he will actually play Jason Shaw tonight in the last 32, the winner of the match you've just seen. Ended with the golden break, 11-3, very comprehensive. Remember, this is the last 64. The last 32 is played here tonight, and then tomorrow, last 16 of quarterfinals. Saturday, it all comes to a conclusion with the semi-finals and the final. There's AJ Manas, his opponent yet to actually come out, Kazakis, for his practice rack. So we're a few moments away yet from starting. In fact, I can see him now just making his way into the arena. Because he beat Nikos Karnopoulos in the last round. It's very one-sided actually, 9-1. So he's going to have his little practice and then we'll have the match for you. So we're looking forward to this one. Alex Kazakis from Greece and AJ Manas from the Philippines. Manas, of course, has won his 2 matches already. He beat John Morra 9-8 and he beat Chang Jun Lin 9-7. And he's only 17. This is a big step up, of course, but let's see how he gets on. He doesn't seem to have a lot of fear about him.
Just been out on the floor for a little bit, Dave, and remember yesterday when that young kid screamed and made us jump? He's playing just in front of us and it's 6-6 race to 7. He's at the table. Is he going to scream again? Let's hope he gets the job done. He's such a character. He's a little left-hander, almost like a junior Jason Shaw. Here's the lag. Good to see Kazakis back on the main table. World Pool Masters champion, former champion, beat SVB 9 racks to 0 in the final in Gibraltar. That was the year after he completely kind of dogged it in the final against Al-Qaeda. He had a chance in the final rack to beat Al-Qaeda and made a right mess of it. So to come back the following year and win it showed a lot of heart. Big drama on the main table. Ruiz is at the table. He was 9-6 down. Mickey Krause had a chance to get on the hill, missed a 3-ball. Just as I said that, Ruiz has played a shocker. He's on the 8-ball, it's tricky, and he's 9-7 down.
Here we go then, once again, it's a race to 11.
That'll work out okay. He can pot the 2 up the rail. Going under the radar for me a little bit, Kazakis. Very, very capable player. Just goes about his business and then all of a sudden he just appears in the quarterfinals. Seems to do all his work on the outside tables. It's so difficult to put, you know, every player on the main arena. You always feel like defending champions got to play on there as well, don't you? Well, Ruiz has made a mess of this. At 9-7 down, Krause is on the 8-ball to get on the hill. Just the 8 and 9 remain. Mickey Krause does get on the hill. 10-7 up. Defending champion's got to win the last 4 racks, or he will not be lifting the trophy again.
For our young friend from yesterday, he just lost actually in that junior event. Anyway, in here, the big boys, Kazakis, a real contender for sure. Positive start, confident start here. Yeah, that'll make him feel good starting so well. We saw a lot of mistakes, of course, in the last match on this table. Kazakis looking good already. Certainly sentiment was set aside last night, wasn't it? The all-Greek affair. He won 9-1. AJ Manis, though, has made a lot of friends here this week, earned a lot of fans, and whatever happens in this match, and he's still obviously only had 1 rack, it'll be fascinating over the next sort of 12 months to see what his trajectory is. Any sport benefits from young talent coming through. We've seen in the world of darts, Luke Littler making an explosive contribution. World finalist, won the Premier League a couple of weeks ago, and what it's done for the actual sport as well.
Breaking news, defending champion FSR is out of the tournament. Mickey Krause with a golden break to seal the deal. 11 racks to 7. Krause goes through to the final 32. Ruiz is out. We've seen that a lot in the last few days. Players winning matches with a golden break.
Well, what a story. What a result for Mickey Krause, yeah. Every credit to him. He looks kind of a little shell-shocked, actually. We're just watching on the big screen here.
Yeah, and obviously we've not seen much of the match because we've been doing table 1, but as I said, at 9-7, Ruiz had a chance, didn't get on the 8 ball, had to play safe, ended up losing the rack, and obviously didn't get back to the table. So Ruiz not quite on his A game here this week. Seems to be taking an awful lot of time here. Is it on pause or something? Every time I look down, the queue wasn't even moving though. It was like just stood still. Alongside the main event, we've got the Saudi Junior Championships happening. We started today's play with 8 players. Just to the left of where myself and Dave are sat is Max Benko. The reason why I mention his name is because he's won the Junior Shore Junior Open. He's won it twice actually, back to back. So he's flown out here to the Kingdom. He's actually 6-5 down, but he's on a 9 ball. It's not a dead cert. That's to tie the match up and take it to a final rack. And he's playing local player, Faris Salih Al Madden. He's actually on the 8 ball. Somebody was stood in the way. It's because he played a jump shot. He went over the 9 to pot the 7, so I thought it was on the 9, but one of the patrons has moved out the way and he's on a long 8 ball. I feel like I'm a bit invested in the Junior Open because me and Jeremy have done a little bit of work with the juniors. Oh, he's scratched. He's scratched. Well, a lot of the coaches and the juniors at the side, they were getting a little bit excited there. He scratched and they were cheering at the side, Dave.
Yeah, totally, and there's more cheering now because then young man has got the job done. Yeah, I mean, don't think this junior event's all a bit of fun. Far from it. You know, they want to win as much as anybody.
Well, there's some serious cash to be won as well. I think it was a $20,000 prize fund.
Meanwhile, Kazaki's still going about his business here. Yeah, it's terrific actually to see them turn up and, you know, they feel part of it all, because they are part of it all. Of course, AJ Manassi, he won the Hanoi Junior Open just last year.
A lot of tension in the junior event. I'm enthralled by this big crowd round here.
Yeah, disappointment there for the lad who lost. Shaking his head furiously. Get used to it if this is the life you want.
Well, he's got a big future, hasn't he? You know, Matchroom Sport, Barry Earn, Emily Fraser, the team at Matchroom. Obviously all the team behind the scenes at the WNT Tour, trying to grow the sport, so it could be worse, Max Benko. You could be me sat here next to Dave Hendon.
You wouldn't want that, believe me. Kazakis again, just taking his time.
Yeah, Max Benko still absolutely distraught. It's good to see that, though, you know, get that hunger, want to win. He'll learn from it, of course. He's a two-time Jason Shaw Junior Open, so it's not all bad, is it?
He'll be determined to come back for more when the disappointment has abated. Meantime, this for a 2-rack lead. Yeah, it's a real steady start, this, from Kazakis. He's trying to exert a bit of authority, experience on this match to step up to the straight knockout. He's hoping it'll be a bit too much for AJ Manas. We'll see, but a good start for the man from Greece. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you see events in all sports where the loser's accused of being a sulky kid. I suppose you have every right to be in the junior event.
Happens in the men's game as well.
Yeah, no, it's worth reiterating. You know, they get to play on these tables. They get to play alongside the seniors, but it's not just that. It's being in this venue, being part of the tournament in the hotel, being around the guys, getting on the bus over. All of that is all great experience going forward, and inspiration to keep working hard, keep practicing, and try and work your way through the ranks, get into the senior event. That's where we are here with Alexander Kazakis 2-0 up on AJ Manas.
No pot on the blue too. Possible shot at the bank. If not, it will be a safety shot. Next match on the TV table. Shane Van Bonin. He'll be playing Wukong Lin. And believe me, when one of the big players gets beat in the event, the other favourites, let's say if there's 6 or 7, 8 favourites in the field, their ears prick up, don't they? The news travels fast, and they know one of the favourites has gone. Albin Ocean didn't even make it through to the final 64. Kazakis plays the bank and he plays it well. Good start this from Alexander Kazakis.
Yeah, he looks very focused, you know, really just concentrating on every shot. We saw Jason Shaw, on paper it was a comfortable win, but performance left a bit to be desired. His opponent basically just went to pieces in the previous match on this table. Can't guarantee that's going to happen, so you've got to look after your own work.
Middle of the pocket. Nice angle on the pink 4-ball. Yeah, he's going to have a little bit of hampered queuing over the green 6. Just pop the ball though, position's automatic. Just made sure he potted the ball.
Well, very strong start this. Manas has just been kept in that seat.
Yeah, there's not much you can do. Don't always go this way, but now and again, someone runs a package.
Yeah, good stuff this from Alexander Kazakis. 3-0. Just seems to give him the same focus so far to every shot he's played. Johan Chua on the hill 10-5 against Ko Ping Han. Alex Paguline trailing 8-6 to BJ Osiri.
Dang Jinhu, Spanish Open champ, he's 9-7 up against Kuo Po Cheng. Kuo Po Cheng, two-time former finalist, so many years ago, but still plodding along. Well, another shot on the lowest ball, and I'll tell you what, Kazakis is looking good here. He's breaking good.
See, just want the white to run a little further. Yeah, you can see a little bit of a noise, just came up a bit short positionally.
Yeah, he's going to have to use the bridge now. Cut the ball in. Cue ball runs into the brown 7. So he's got to try and judge that cannon. SVB takes the opening rack on TV. Played it left-handed, and this will be okay. He's got a shot on the pink 4. We're yet to see Manas at the table other than the lag. Draws the cue ball back nicely. Just run a little too far, so that means this is a little straight one. You always want the angle in 9-ball. To the number 8. This is for a 4-pack. Just shows you, doesn't it? If you look at the last match, the way it went. Jason Shaw against Mustafa. Both players struggled, had plenty of opportunities at the table, and Albert Manas walks into the arena. Second match on. He's yet to get to the table.
Yeah, the funny thing was, he got here a good 5 minutes before Kazakis and was sort of sat waiting for him, and he's still waiting. He's still waiting to get a chance, any sort of shot. Please, just give me something. Kazakis not in the mood to do that. Can't really start better than this. Just monopolising that table and extending his lead to 4-0. His concentration has been excellent, really has. The odd shot he's had to just recover on, but even what looked like the standard shots, he's not taken his eye off anything. He's been completely focused, and Manas has just been sat there watching. That's all he can do at the moment. Just try and tell himself the chance will come, but will it? Not guaranteed, or when it does, he could be a long way behind.
Yeah, that's the problem. Obviously he needs shots, he needs to get to the table, but you could do with doing it sooner rather than later, otherwise you can just be too far behind. This is the first time I've seen it actually this week, where somebody's just been glued to the chair.
Dang Jinghu has beaten Kyu Po Cheng 11-7. Very warm between the players at the end there. So rack 5, 4-0.
Kazakis on a 5-pack. You can see the blue too, but it's going to be difficult to continue this run. He wants to have a go, doesn't he? Real thin cut it is. At last, Manners will get to the table, but look at what he's faced with. It's not the most difficult of kick shots. He can go off the top rail. He should pot it, to be honest, but it's just the fact he's not had a visit, and when Kazakis misses, this is the shot he's faced with. I think it'd have been better going off the top rail. There's a chance of scratching here.
Well, he's had one shot, but it could well be very costly. Told you about the TV match between SVB and Wu Kun Lin. That match is tied at 1-1. Wu Kun Lin is at the table, 3 balls to go. Obviously early days. Alawadi has just got himself on the hill. 10-7 over Marco Deutsche.
BJ Ussery 9-6 over Pagalion. Dennis Grave against Max Lechner, tied at 8-8. The Slayer Lee Van Cortese 9-7 over Aranas. That's on the other stream table. Billy Thorpe 7-7 against Sean Nocky.
Well, you're just joining us. Albert Manas, young 17-year-old fine prospect from the Philippines, has had one shot. He left Kazakis here with ball in hand as he presses on towards a 5-0 lead. And there's absolutely no let-up in the intensity.
Well, this is what you've got to do in any match. I feel like you've got to do it more so against Manas because of the style of game he plays. Very fast, very explosive. He just can't get to the table. It's 5-0.
Yeah, he's leaving the arena, change of scene. Maybe didn't like what he's watching. So it's going to be a small break between racks.
Yeah, just tell yourself your opponent's not past the halfway mark just yet. You've lost the first mini session, if you like.
Well, this is the terrific venue here, the Green Halls in Jeddah. Busy old hall it is. Lots of action going on around and about. And here's our special roving camera.
Jan Pikniak there. He's playing Victor Zielinski, 1-0 to Zielinski. Table on the left, Wojciech Szewczak, just about to start against Maurice Neuhausen. A lot of Europeans left in the event.
Yeah, it's still wide open, and obviously with some of the big hitters have fallen by the wayside. Be interesting when we get down to, let's say, the quarterfinals, for argument's sake, who the sort of the fancied picks are then. Because the money's going to go up, and that's going to be a factor, surely. It's already high pressure, high prestige, but you know, the guys are only human. They're going to think about the windfall they could pocket at the end of the week.
Could have done with his camera angle last night when Fedor Gors was on this table. That's Bernie Regulario. He's losing 3-2 to Go Ping Chung as he misses the blue 2. That man right there is the current US Open champion. He's trying to do the double, win the biggest 2 titles we have on tour.
So Manas has returned. He's hoping his fortune's turn, but it's 5-0. Of course, it's in the hands of Alexander Kazakis here, breaking again. His break has been superb so far. Yeah, continues to be. Three balls down there. Crucially on the next ball, this 3.
Bit short of pace. Can still cut the ball in. Yep, good shot. Can't fault this performance so far. I know he's had the chances, but you've still got to knock him in. He had to open up in one of the racks with a bank shot, which he nailed. Cue ball's been pretty good. The break's been good. BJ Usuri is on the hill, 10-6 over Pagalayan.
Well, Kazakis is playing some seriously good stuff here. The break has been excellent, and the focus after the break has been excellent, and that's 6-0. A very clinical performance, this. Manas is only getting out of his seat to basically help put the balls on the table.
Mohamed Soufit, he's through to the last 32, last year's runner-up. Still going strong, trying to win the title. Just come one match too short last year, but the man who won the title last year has been beaten. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is out of the World Championships.
Just looking ahead to tonight, David Al-Qaedi has won, so he's going to play Jason Shaw in the last 32 this evening. Heavyweight clash.
Can he keep this breaking masterclass up? He's potted the 1 ball. Every time. And he's getting shots, isn't he? He's got another shot on the lowest ball. plotting a route, isn't it? Still looking at the shot here. Not really sure why he's taking so long on this. I'm a bit bemused. The purple 4-ball does pot in the bottom left. He's not going to get great on it, but if you can get the cue ball where it is now, off the red 3, should be okay. Yeah, positional shot's gone a little bit wrong there. Want it to be a little bit straighter.
There'll be a lot of interest, I think, on table 5 shortly. The start of Robbie Capito and Ralph Suke.
He's having a go at this into the top left pocket. Difficult pot. Also a difficult cue ball. Don't know if he's trying to stun into the 6. Yeah, has he potted it? Oh, that's a lovely shot. Everything is working out perfect for the Greek.
Yeah, you could probably let a firework off at the table, he wouldn't notice it. He's so focused on what he's doing. Really is. Just doing a number on his young opponent here. Break shot has been superb, and then that intensity has never left him. Chance for 7-0.
Just wants his cue ball to slow down. That's fine. Couple of rails with the cue ball. A little bit short this time, so he's left himself a little tester. Obviously these are a lot easier when you've had all the table time and you've won the first 6 racks. And your opponent's, well, just sat in the chair. And that's all he's done, Manus. This is for the first 7 racks.
Very impressive. He really just has focused so hard, and Manus is, I mean, just had one shot, that's it. That's it. So you might tune in and think 7-0, oh, he must have played bad. He hasn't played, that's the problem. He just hasn't had a chance.
Yep, it's been the first match I've seen commentated on where one player has dominated the match and had so many break and runs and just froze his opponent out.
Pretty demoralising for the young lad. I'm sure was looking forward to this and excited about what the afternoon had in store. Kazakh is 4 away from the last 32 of this World Pool Championship.
Well, Nineball was going towards the right centre. So for the first time pretty much in this match, he doesn't have a pretty easy opener on the blue too. Max Lechner is on the hill, 10-8 over Dennis Grabe. Same for BJ Ussuri, he is also on the hill. Badar Alouadi, he's playing Marco Deutscher. Badar's 10-9 up. Second visit for Manus.
Yeah.
Second time where he's got a kick or jump at a ball. Well, we can't begrudge the young man getting the hook there.
Absolutely, he did raise his hand, but my word, he had to be pretty hard-hearted to complain about that.
Okay, first look at a pot for the young Filipino. Can he take care of this rack and try and claw his way back?
First ball potted. Yeah, I mean, he's a great talent. We've seen that all week in that picture of John Morrow where he led for quite a lot of the way and then had to win the last couple. And then also Chan Junlin 9-7. One thing we've already seen from him this week as well, he doesn't hang about.
Saudi Junior Championships is also taking place. We are down to the final 4, so semi-final action will be tonight at 7 PM. Walter Lacra against Ivan Rudenko, and it will be Felix Vogel against local player Faris Salah Al-Madden. Final will be tomorrow night at 7 PM. Showing us what talent he possesses, showing how he cues the ball, very loose, very fluid. 17 years of age, could have played in the junior event. Decided not to.
Well, every credit to him, because it's been a pretty horrible experience just sat in that chair just watching, but now of course he gets the break, so let's see if he can just... It's easy to sit here and say this, but if he can just get a couple back and feel involved in the match, he'll just send a little message that he's keeping his head up. You know, if he gets the chances, he's prepared to take them. And most importantly, he's on the score. 7-1, still a long way behind in this race to 11. Capito and Suke underway, out on table 5. Shane Van Burning trailing 3-2 on the main table to Wu Kung Lin.
Tale of two tapes. The break, you could see how close he got to the one. I think it hit both points. Well, actually it hit 3 times. Ko Ping Yi comes in that bracket of, let's say, if you had to pick 8 players out of 1 to 8 who you would pick to win the title, he would be one of them players. Well, he's lost the opening 3 against Patrick Gonzalez. You always feel like it's very early days, but when you watch a match like Kazakhstan, sometimes it's not early days. Ball looks like he's going to crash into the pink 4. Don't know if he can slide around the back of it. Yeah, he couldn't really help that. Took a gamble. Well, Marco Deutscher was 10-7, possibly 10-8 down in his match against Bara Alawari. He's tied the match up. Table 11 is Hill. And Deutscher takes a timeout.
So, a very rare miss from Kazakis.
Pagline still hanging in there. That match is now 10-9 to BJ Usuri. Wojciech Shevchek 3 up on Moritz Neuhausen. The next match starting on table 2 is between Jonas Suto Camino and Jeffrey Ignacio. That will be a fast-paced match. Both players play at a good, tidy pace. Albert Manners kicking off one rail. Hits the 2, but doesn't pot it. And he's left the pot. It's just been one of them games, this. Like I say, you do get these in tournaments, but it doesn't happen too often, but they do come.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing he could do early on because he literally just couldn't get to the table, but he's had a bit more table time since. Kazakis maybe a little lucky missing the 2, covering it, but now he just picks up from where he left off. Ravsuke's won that opening rack against Capito.
Billy Thorpe is on the hill, 10-7 over Oliver Shulnocky. Billy Thorpe, last 3 or 4 months, changed his life around. He's turned from party animal to pool player. Got himself in the gym. Decided to chill out from the party scene and try and get his head back on because he's desperate to get in this year's Mosconi Cup team. His best friend and good pool buddy Skylar Woodward is the captain, and the hard work is paying off because he's had some good wins over good top players. Marco Theutscher broke Hill. It wasn't a golden break, believe it or not. I know we've seen a lot of them. It was a dry break. Alawadi is at the table. I know you can't see it on our feed. I do apologise for that, YouTube viewers. But we will keep you updated as the rack unfolds. The table layout for Alawadi is not too bad. He would have to play a... There's a key shot in the rack and it's a purple 5 to the 6 ball. Purple 5's at the top end of the table, the 6 ball is near the 9, and the 9 is where it usually sits after the break, around that diamond area. The man we're watching, Kazakis, it's just been pretty much flawless, hasn't it? He's done everything right. Cue ball position, he's potted balls, he's broke well. He's literally just kept his opponent in his chair. Obviously, Badar Alawadi will have a lot of people here supporting him. Middle East. We really are starting to get to the big moments in this year's championship. I know it's still only the last 64, but as the better players start to meet each other, we expect closer matches and drama. He's played a great shot, Alawadi, to get on the 6 ball. He's got 4 balls. know you can't see this, but his good friend Abdullah Al Yusuf, a former semi-finalist, he sat right at the front row, Dave, with his phone filming it. I mean, you just would not see that in the world of snooker, would you?
No, it'd be frowned upon. Meantime, not frowned upon is the Kazakis' performance here, 8-1.
Alawadi has got the 8 ball left and the 9. Just the 9 ball to go. Pots the 9 ball. Alawadi wins a hill as he books his place in the final 32.
Yeah, there were a lot of people gathered around that table to see the finish, but to this match, not as close. It's 8-1, and Kazakis is just 3 racks away from a place in the last 32 this evening.
Following that Hill match on table 11, Chris Mellin will take place in the arena. He's playing Singapore's Torley Hian. Kazakis long shot on the blue too.
Yeah, he's got such breathing space to feel confident taking it on. Pocket. Wants the white to hold up a little, but yeah, as I say, 8-1 up. You know, you could feel good taking that on.
Got a bit of an angle. He'd love to just slide over to the other side of the table. I think he can get there. Copigny has won the last 2 racks. He now trails Gonzalez 3-2. Portugal's João Grillo. Again, another player just going about his business quietly. He's 5-2 up over Fuche Wei. He's about to go 6-2. Very underestimated player from Portugal is João Grillo.
Fedor Gust will be next on table 4 against Amir Ali.
I do believe BJ Usserit and Pagalayan has gone 10-10.
Ooh, now a rare miss from Kazakis. So Manas has got something to hold on to here. Yeah, Kazakis, I mean, he's 8-1 up. He's absolutely furious he's missed that.
Yeah, give the kid a break, pal. Give the kid a break. Trying to ruin his career, man.
Yeah, he didn't get on it, and he's walking. Well, he's trudging his way back to his seat, actually.
We'll keep you updated on the Bag of Lion Surrey scoreline. It was in the last rack. As I said, it's 10-10 over there, so one rack to see who goes through. Yeah, good shot from Kazakis.
Yeah, Paguline is at the table. Again, there's a lot of people gathered around. It's on the far side of the arena from where we are.
Yeah, he potted that ball a little fat off the jaw. That's why the cue ball's not rolled down. Yeah, getting the cue ball cleaned feels like he had a heavy contact. Can still cut this ball in. Super thin though, looking at the overhead. Woo Kun Lin, rather, he's going along okay against SVB. He's 4-3 up, he's on a 9-ball to go 5-3 up. At 8-1 up, this type of shot's a lot easier than, let's say, if it was 8-8. At 8-8, it's very missable. Yeah, smart play. Just get the cue ball over here, where you can put the 9 in the middle or the corner.
Yeah, Manis, he had the ball over the pocket, just couldn't quite control position, and then left the chance, and this is for 9-1. So he has had a little bit of table time, didn't in the early racks. Kazakis really stealing himself, knocks in the 9. It's 9-1, he's 2 away.
It's been clinical, Dave, hasn't it? It's really been clinical from Kazakis, and he's not rushing any shots. He's playing at a good pace, but when he's got one of them tricky ones, he's just gearing himself up for it. Ko Pin Yi does that very well. And as you said, a couple away.
The packet line game is on the 3, I think, from what I can see. Well, there's no doubt one of the key facets of this scoreline has been the break from Kazakis, and again, the one flying in the middle.
We've seen it with Jason Shaw. Even though Jason Shaw was not clinical in his match, he broke very well. And Kazakis has done the same. If you can break over 90% of making the one ball in the side, you're going to get better splits, you're going to get more opportunities. Pagulayan is at the table. Unfortunately, it's at the opposite side of the arena, and we can't see anything from where we're at. We can sort of make out what ball he's shooting because of the colours, of course. I think he's on the red 3. We do have a moving camera. We've seen clips of that today, but for some reason we're not bringing you the action, the hill rack. It was close. He had to load it up with left English. That makes the pot more difficult. BJ Ussery is back at the table now.
Yeah, he's potted that 3, so as Carl says, it's hard to see exactly the position, but he's in at the moment. Well, quite a rare miss really from Kazakis, but again, he has got the cover. Two just kept running and running. Can't quite see the potting angle though. Van Boning now 6-3 down on the main table to Wu Kunlin. Right, it's over. On table 6, Ussery has just potted the 9, so he's knocked out Alex Pagulayan in an absolute thriller again. Yeah, it looked quite cagey early on, that last rack, but got in from the 3 and made the winning visit.
So it was Ussery who got the job done. Is that right? Okay, big win there for BJ Ussery. He moves into the final 32. Good win over former champ Pagulayan.
That's a lovely shot. That's a terrific shot. So, Manas in with what you have to say is a good chance now, and it may just be that he just relaxes a bit, the fact that he's so far behind. Very fluent style. Kazakis has taken a while over some of his shots, and let's be honest, it's worked. He's miles in front, but oh no!
It miscued, you could hear it. And for the first time in the match, I was actually stood up and I was just looking right down the line of his shot. I mean, we're quite some far away. We're not near the table at this side of the arena for table 1 comms, and he was just queuing up, and as soon as he hit the cue ball, you could see it just squirted off, and I think that'll be the end of his campaign, because Kazakis just needs one more rack to get on the hill, and if there was going to be any sort of comeback, it would have had to have been then.
Oh, what a shame. Got him with such a lovely pot, but yeah, that's horrible actually.
Seems to be struggling with the reach, doesn't want to use the bridge. 98% of pool players are terrible with the bridge. Ko Pin Chung, US Open champion, trying to hold the double. The 2 biggest events we have, the US Open and the World Championships. What a feat that would be. He's playing some good stuff, and he's doing a number on young Bernie Regalario, 7-3 up. Things can't be said for his older brother Ko Pin Yi. He's in a battle. He's 4-2 down against Gonzalez. Talking about a battle, seems at the TV table he's not been very kind to our big players on the circuit. FSR, if you're just joining us, the defending champ is a goner, and SVB is in trouble on there as well. He's playing Wu Kun Lin, and Wu Kun Lin is 6-3 up. This 9-ball for Kazakis looks like it's, yeah, it looks okay.
Well, the horrible miscue from Manas just as he was looking good finally in the match. Yeah, a real sickener that. A real sickener, but again, Kazakis has done his side of the bargain. On the hill at 10-1. Yeah, well, the first 4 racks he didn't get a shot, but he has had a few chances since then. It's just turned into a bit of a match too far for the young man, but it's all, of course, a learning curve for him. He's impressed this week and earned a lot of fans, and I'm sure will be determined to come back for more, but it's surely going to be over soon now. Kazakis' breaking has been so good, could well be in the next few minutes. There will be another match on this table, by the way, so do stay with us.
Which match have we got coming up, Dave?
Just checking, I think it's Antan Raga.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
Yeah, against Lu Riteng, so that will be coming up with Michael and Jeremy.
Yeah, we do apologise for the commentators for the next match. Not much we can do about that, but we deserve a little bit of dinner, don't we, Dave?
I think so, Carl. Yeah, I'd agree with that. So Kazakis, he's had great intensity, even leading. I mean, he's taken a bit of time on some shots, but even leading there 9-1, he just made sure, he was going to make sure, taking nothing for granted. It's been a very professional performance, and this could well be the winning rack.
Yeah, it's been a great performance overall. So we've not really spoke about him at the beginning of the event. He's not been playing all the events on the circuit. As I said, his girlfriend was pregnant with twins, and I think about a month ago she gave birth to him, so I know how difficult one child is, so having twins, I can't even begin to imagine what he's been going through.
Well, you never know, maybe just getting back on the pool table, it's sort of back to normality almost.
Yeah, I bet when she dropped him off at the airport, I bet he didn't even look back, Dave. SVB is at the table. Good chance to get a rack back. He needs racks. 6-3 down. Tell you, this Filipino, Patrick Gonzalez, he's going along okay. He's at the table, 4-2 up over Ko Pin Yi. Just seems to be at the minute that some of these big hitters, again, I'll say it again, if we could pick 8 players who we would think could go on to lift the title, you know, there's a few of them that are under the gun a little bit, and we've lost a couple. Albin Ocean, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is another one who's gone from that sort of top 8 bracket of players. Joshua Phillip has not played yet today. He's one of the favourites, if not the favourite. Jason Shaw, one of the favourites, yet to win a world title. Didn't play great, but he got the job done, he got the win. It would be hard to see Kazakis not close out the match here.
Yeah, at no point has his sort of demeanour changed from rack 1 to what's probably the last rack. It's just been the same focus, the same intensity, thoroughly professional job this. Semi-finalist a couple of years ago, he would have loved to get himself into the title match this year. Just a word for his opponent, as I say, he has won a lot of friends with the way he's played and a lot of potential. Of course, he's already the Hanoi Junior champ. A couple of good wins, but was shut out early on, and then when the chances did come, he just wasn't able to take them. That miscue in the last rack was horrible.
Kazakis sending a little statement out to the field. You forgot about me, boys, but I'm here, and I'm here to win.
Yeah, he's been superb. This has been really impressive. Just making a statement. Some of the big boys have gone. He is still here. Alice Kazakis with a thumping win over AJ Manis, 11-1. He played terrifically well from first ball to last, and he joins the lineup for the last 32 of the World Pool Championship here in Jeddah this evening. As I say, there will be another match coming up, so do stay with us and we'll have that for you in about 5 minutes.
plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him. He's done it! And it would be the shot of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
Such a hectic day 4 of the 2024 World Championship here in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. I'm Michael McMullen, former US Open champion Jeremy Jones alongside me to watch one of the most exciting talents to emerge onto the world stage in the last 12 months or so. We've known all about him within the game for some time, but Anton Raga really announced himself to a wider audience, coming so close to winning the Spanish Open, the European Open in Fulda last summer. And he is up against Lou Ri Teng. That one will be along on table 1 in just a few moments, but as you can see, there's so much else going on. So let me tell you about that. Jeffrey Ignacio of the Philippines, 3-2 up on recent ranking tournament winner Honus Suto. Patrick Gonzalez of the Philippines has a 5-2 lead over the 2015 champion Ko Pin Yi. 3-all between Mark Bijsterbosch and Conrad Yusichin. Ko Ping Chung, the US Open champion, has an 8-4 lead over Bernie Regalario. The big story going on at the moment is that the champion of 2 years ago, Shane Van Boening, is 6-4 down to Wu Kun Lin, so a real possibility that the last 2 years' winners could both go out this afternoon, because Francisco Sanchez Ruiz was defeated earlier by Denmark's Mickey Kraus. It's 2-all between the informed Pius Labutas of Lithuania and the Italian Francesco Candela. Wojciech Szewczyk has 4-1 up on Moritz Neuhausen. Viktor Zielinski has a 6-4 lead over Aydin Pikniak. Clash of the generations between Robbie Capito and Ralph Souquet. Both of them major tournament winners now after Capito's success in Telford. That's 2-all. It's 4-all between Lexa Pechelge and Naoki Oi. João Grillo, the steadily improving Portuguese player, has a 6-4 lead against Fu Che Wei. Amir Ali of Iraq has really made a name for himself here this week, has won the first 2 racks against another former champion, Fedor Gorst. Jani Uski of Finland is 2-1 up on Chang Yu Long. And Tolian Han of Singapore has taken the first 2 racks of the former Mosconi Cup MVP Chris Melling. And still a number of matches to start. Elliot Sanderson against former runner-up Roland Garcia. Mario He, a semi-finalist last year, taking on American Hunter Lombardo. And another former champion in action this afternoon, Joshua Filler against Fitim Haradinaj, now representing Kosovo. So you can look at the scores there and pick out your own favourites and the players you fancy might be in contention to win this. And one other match that has started, but they haven't completed the first rack yet, Ali Obaidli of Qatar against Oscar Dominguez of the United States. Anton Raga having his practice rack. What a story it was in Germany last summer. It was one of those where I think the tournament was always going to be far more remembered for the guy who lost in the final than the guy who won it, because Raga just lit that place up for the week.
Yeah, absolutely, Michael. And really, that case game was something to watch at 12-12. And he made a couple shots and really got a little unfortunate to fall where he did. And then, you know, a little bit of a controversial play there, trying to play that cannon 6 off the 7, I believe it was. And I thought it was the right shot, just kind of maybe got away from him. And of course, David Al-Kaidi kind of came from nowhere to win that event.
Yeah, the 6 just failed to drop in the side, and that proved to be Raga's last involvement in the final. I got to ask you, Jeremy, and given that the match hasn't started yet, it seems like a good time. Where does the term case game come from?
You know, you got me. Just kind of like we used to always say, your case barrel. Like if you were in action and say you're playing 100 a game, you had 100 left. That was your last. You know, so it's the last, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what the real origin of it is, but.
Or maybe, and I'm just hazarding a guess here, an educated guess maybe. At the end of the rack, the cue goes back in the case.
It could be.
Possibly.
Could
possibly.
be.
Listen, if you don't know, I'm pretty sure nobody can remember the origins of it.
Yeah, well, it came around a long time before me, and you know, the pool halls I grew up in, you didn't question a whole lot. So we've seen this a bit on the lags on the TV tables. It's almost like we know the outer tables play a little more humid, and players end up a little short on some of these lags, maybe not reminding themselves or recognizing that the rails play a hair softer. We'll see that with the cue ball position throughout matches, and of course they adapt so quickly. That's what the great players do, and Raga to break here in the opener. And not his best hit on the one there. Really kind of flared the wrist out coming through the ball, and normally you don't get the best spreads, and you can see pretty thin there on the one. So this could be a long opening game, especially with the push out. That's always usually defensive kind of a battle, and well, he's not gonna push out. So I'm not sure what he's doing here. Is he coming behind the 4? Okay. Excellent shot, doing a number of things there, not only gaining the snooker, but opened up the 2 ball for a playable shot here in the future, the near future.
Liu Ritang is 38 years of age, and it's the 3rd time he's been to single elimination in the World Championship. Had a great run at the UK Open last month, got to the last 16, and was only a couple of racks away from the quarterfinals. Based in your part of the world now, I believe. He's in Texas these days.
Really? I did not know that. Really? Houston, maybe?
Sugarland.
Yeah, that's Houston.
Yeah.
Wow, I wonder what brought him there. And of course, I don't reside in the Houston area anymore. Born and raised in Baytown, which is the east side, but Sugarland's more of the southwest side of town. Really great area. Used to play a bit of golf down in Sugarland.
It sounds like something from a children's fairy tale, doesn't it? Sugarland.
Yeah.
Well, he'll hope for a few cupcake shots today. Finish sweet off the break.
Yeah, that's right.
Plenty more of that to come, no doubt.
Yeah, I had my first eagle in Sugarland.
Oh, really?
Yeah. All right, Raga with a long distance combo, and I'll tell you what, he's just a fun guy to watch. The reason why I think he kind of not only just hitting the scene on the World Nineball Tour there at the European Open, but just a very much one of those guys that's an entertainer in our sport, and plays with some emotion and a little bit of edginess. You can maybe see the nerves at times, but sure does battle through it. And going to be a fun player to watch for many years, like so many from the Philippines.
You look at the World Nineball rankings, and there are a lot of players in false positions, aren't there? And it just reflects the fact that they've not played that many ranking events, or maybe not played the right ones, or perhaps they were absent from the scene for a while. Well, Raga, number 39 in the world. Well, there's no way there are 38 better players than Anton Raga, or anything like it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And of course, looking to make that ranking shoot way up this week. And from here, it's in that final 64. We'll get down to 16 tonight after 2 rounds. But you don't have to win the event to go climb much higher. And, everything's based around those rankings now. So not only the Reyes Cup, which is on the mind of most of these Filipinos more than anything, past this World Pool Championships, but you got the World Pool Masters. You got so many invite lists, and to be fair, just to set yourself up percentage-wise to start tournaments off in a better position. And that's a huge thing when you talk about a long-term career and tournaments in the short term as well.
Well, you look at some of the players who have completely taken us by surprise to get to the final of this championship, even within the last few years. Mohammed Soufi, obviously, last year. Omar Al-Shaheen in 2021. If someone like that was to come through and even get to the final again, similar to those guys, you could go from basically nowhere in the rankings to probably about 6th or 7th in the world. You get so many points even for getting to the final. So the world ranking list, you would have to think, is going to have an enormous shake-up come the end of this week.
Yeah, and these opening matches, of course, having to win another are so important for that second match. It's one thing to stumble across the line. I don't think we're going to see that in the final 64 too much, but at least not this year's World Pool Championships. But, you and I, we talk about golf all the time, and it really can change from day to day, the mentality of the sport, and also a bit of cueing. That's why you see the players, even if they played lights out the day before, up early, trying to get the tempo in the swing and get yourself settled. Little bit of an awkward 9. Got to pay attention. Ooh, did just squeeze it home. Caught a couple of the jaws before it fell on a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, overall a nice efficient opening rack for Raga. The 26-year-old from the Philippines. He leads Lu Ri Teng 1-0. Shane Van Bonen has won the 11th rack. He needed to against Wu Kun Lin. He's back to 1 behind there at 6-5. But here's another big story emerging on table 4. Fedor Gorst, former winner of this title, he's really had to battle to even get as far as this stage. Well, he's playing Amir Ali of Iraq, one of the real breakout stars of this week, and it's Ali leading 3-0. Elsewhere, Tolian Han 2-1 up on Chris Melling. Yanioski leads Chang Yulong by the same score. Oscar Dominguez has won the first against Ali Al-Obadli. Zhao Griot now 8-4 up on Fu Che Wei. Alexa Pechel 5-4 in front of Naoki Oi. Ralph Suke's won the 5th rack to go 3-2 up on Robbie Capito. Poland's Viktor Zielinski only needs 3 more. 8-4 up on Aydin Pikniak of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Wojciech Szewczyk has a 6-1 lead over Moritz Neuhausen, who played so well on this table yesterday against Billy Thorpe. Piers Labutas 4-2 up on Francesco Candela. Konrad Jusicin has a 4-3 lead over Mark Beisterbosch. Patrick Gonzalez 5-4 up on Ko Pin-Yi. It's 4-2 for Jeffrey Ignacio over Jonas Suto. And another player on the hill is the US Open champion Ko Ping Chung, 10-4 over the highly rated young Philippines prospect Bernie Regalario. How has this Philippines prospect done with his break here, JJ?
Well, he broke him pretty well, got kissed back. It does have a look at the 2, but really I don't know much playable, and a very awkward safety as well. Ko Ping Chung, a lot like Filler. We haven't talked about him much this week, it seems like, but he's cruising as much as anyone.
Well, if you're a top player, you don't want to be talked about in the early days, because the only reason you are is if someone pushes you close or indeed knocks you out. Yeah, Filler yet to start against Fitim Haradinash.
Yeah, I'm trying to find Federer in the building, and where he's located. What a setup, though. I mean, just incredible.
I can't remember who it was, but there was one player, I think it was yesterday, said this is the best setup for any tournament ever. Now, you've seen them all, JJ. What do you think?
I'll tell you what, pretty incredible. I'd have to agree, I think. I know there were some incredible posts by many players that exited the tournament on the socials that were, of course, not so happy about some of their performances, but was very happy otherwise. And Darren Appleton being one of them.
When you think of Darren, I mean, he was around in the days when Matchroom were putting on tournaments in shopping centres and roller skating rinks.
Well, you know, there's always going to be venues that you like. You know, you're just partial to for one reason or another. That when they took it over, the Whirlpool Championships there in Cardiff, I always loved that.
That was brilliant,
Yeah, that venue. And, of course, you know, it seems like ever since the World Nineball Tour's come along, all the setups have been awesome. And, you know, they do their best with the venue. It's not always ideal for one reason or another, but for the most part, I would say this is the best. I'd say by all parts, really.
Yeah, so Lou Reteng, sorry, that great run at the UK Open. He knocked out Tobias Bongers, well, defeated Tobias Bongers early on, who of course got back in via the loser's side and made the quarterfinals. Lou Reteng was sent to the loser's side himself after losing in winners qualification to Joshua Filler, and only just made the single elimination stage in a hill finish against Elliot Sanderson. Once there, he had a couple of good wins against Duong Kwok Hwang and Honus Suto, both of whom have won ranking titles in recent months. And in the last 16, he pushed Albin Ocean very close before losing 10-8. He's been playing in international events for around about a decade now.
Looks like SVB's gotten it to 6-6 over there, so fighting hard.
Yeah, and he's at the table with a chance to take the lead against Wu Kunlin.
I'll tell you, I kind of watched Sheshwek, Wojciech, and a couple matches just here and there, and he didn't really look to be 100%. Really saw some mistakes and frustration, really, that you don't see much from the young man. He's got his game going tonight, 6-6, or this afternoon, 6-1 up on Morris Newhausen. I'll tell you, another dangerous one. I didn't see him for a minute, but I think Alexa Pasels is just a kid that just keeps at it.
Yeah, great run for him at the US Open. A big comeback to knock out Jason Shaw. Ultimately, he was a semi-finalist there.
I don't know. I think he did get the snooker. I don't think it'll be a jump. I could be wrong as far as the snooker, but I think maybe a swerve at this ball, trying to make it. Subtle swerve. Now it looks like he may be going back for the short cue. And I'll tell you, just the way he walks around the table and gets you on the edge of your seat, in my mind, he's just always in a little bit of a hurry, it seems. Takes quick steps. He's got a big game, though. Now, anytime you're close to the ball and you have so much distance, now he doesn't have to go over much of the ball. That's a good thing, you know, about half of it. But if any miss hit of the cue ball, you get a lot of swerve because you get more energy going upward than you do forward. So, oh, what a hit. Pulled the trigger before we could really even think.
There's so many people in different sports who were making good progress just before COVID came along and stopped everyone in their tracks. And Anton Raga was one of them, playing in big events in Asia, runner-up in the China Open to Wu Chia-Ching in Shanghai in September 2019. A couple of months later, semi-finalist in the All Japan Championship, and they're both very big, long-established events you've had very good players playing in over the years.
Yeah, very good ball control there, placing the 6 and the cue ball, coordinating both of them balls to get behind the 7. If you cut off the 1 rail kick, that's really the accomplishment there, and it's hard to do. That's the 1 rail kick off the short rail coming behind the 6 ball. Looks like he's got to put a lot of spin on this. He may go 2 cushions. I'm not sure if the 9's in the way. Doesn't want to have to curve the ball here if he doesn't have to. So if he elevates the back end, this is going to be very difficult. And he has got it elevated. We can't tell from that camera angle, but we can see him. That's a bit better. Yeah, that's what happens generally. You don't get behind it near as much. So you got to make a decision. Is it really the play? And not saying it wasn't, but it was difficult.
It was also in Asia that Raga got to the quarterfinals of the Asian Open in Singapore just under 2 years ago, and that got him a bit more international attention because that was a world ranking event which had a lot of profile.
Yeah, stayed down on that ball a bit longer than we're used to, taking dead aim. Yeah, and Bernie, you know, we saw some stuff from him last year. Was it Hanoi where he made that deep run?
Yeah, Bernie Regalario.
Yeah, I don't think he just had his game this week. You know, even with the win, it was some stumbles and a little bit of help from his opponent on a couple wins. He played not his best against the guy we're watching right now, Anton Raga, to start the event. So I'm sure it's been a lot of Ko Ping Chung over there, which looks like he's going to get the W, but maybe not that much from Bernie.
Yeah, we were all looking at that as one of the standout matches of the early days of the championship, the all-Philippines clash between Raga and Regalario, but Raga just dominated at 1-9-1.
Yeah, and you never know, of course, 2 countrymen. You know, you have certain players you just kind of hold over, and players that have certainly played each other quite a bit there in the Philippines. May be the case.
So all going to plan so far for Anton Raga, last year's European Open runner-up. He leads Lou Ri-Teng by 2 racks to 0. 4-all between Mark Bijsterbosch and Conrad Jusichin. Kopeny is just levelled at 5-all with Patrick Gonzalez. It's 4-all as well between Jonas Suto and Jeffrey Ignacio. Shane Van Boning has gone in front 7-6 and actually in play now with a chance to go 8-6 against Wu Kunlin. Piers Labutus 4-2 up on Francesco Candela. Wojciech Szewczyk 6-1 against Moritz Neuhausen. Victor Zielinski's just a couple of racks away from victory, 9-4 against Aydin Pikniak. Robbie Capito and Ralph Souquet are 3-all. Alexa Peschel's just with his nose in front against Naoki Oi at 6-5. Ali Al-Obadli of Qatar level with Oscar Dominguez of the US at 1-all. Janiuski 3-2 up on Chang Yu Lung. Tolian Han leading Chris Melling by the same score. And listen to this. Fedor Gors 0, Amir Ali 4.
Yeah, I did find him in the arena. Can't see much of the table, but can see who's at the table. It's not Fedor Gorst. Okay, this is going to open up nicely. The rack will be removed by the referee, but you can see just a foot away from the blue 2, and it does play. I think he can get by the 9 with a high ball to get onto that red 3. Wants to come all the way over. That way he can hold for the gap on the pink 4. So he wants to get somewhat heavy on the 3. Looks like he can probably kill the cue ball here. Maybe add a hair of inside spin.
Raga has lost a match already this week. He followed that win over Regalario with defeat to Alexa Peschels, but bounced back to beat the Australian World Cup player James Georgiadis. He was part of that team that came so close to beating Austria in the first round of the World Cup last year. Raga saw him off, and that's why he's here in the final 64.
prime position to extend that lead, and Liu Ritang made some nice balls there in game number 2, but hasn't had a lot of time at the table. Really like everything about his technique as well. A lot of players carry a really long bridge length at times. I like how he kind of squeezes up on the ball a little bit. Really efficient with the swing as well. Not a whole lot of moving parts, and that's where the Filipino players have gotten even better, is they have a little more structure with technique along with all that talent and knowledge. And that knowledge that comes at an early age as well, right? I mean, we see a lot of juniors now. We're around them all the time, and at these junior events, and it seems like the players from yesteryear there in the Philippines that really offer a lot of advice to these kids. And of course, they're talented and smart. They acquired on their own as well. Got a little flat here. Sorry, Michael.
I was just going to say, on that point, I remember talking to Kyle Amoroto a few months ago, and he was saying that Johan Chua has been giving him some guidance and a bit of mentoring along the way. And it's funny to think Chua is now considered part of the older generation of Philippines players. He's only in his early 30s, but it's because there are these much younger players coming through in the next wave. They're just churning them out there at the moment. And these are ominous signs for Liu Ritang. Anton Raga racing through that rack very efficiently. He now leads 3-0. Ko Ping Chung has been a semi-finalist in this World Championship in the past. He's into the last 32 this time. He's beaten Bernie Regalario by 11 racks to 4, and he will now play either Mark Bijsterbosch or Konrad Yusashin later today. Long way from knowing who his opponent's going to be. Bijsterbosch leading 5-4 in that one at the moment. Zhao Grio still on the hill, looking for one more against Fu Che Wei. That's 10-5. Not a lot has changed really since I last updated you, because that was such a short rack.
Yeah, and Wu Kun Lin just missed. Looked like he missed the 7 and it fell. Missed the 8 right behind it though. So SVB back at the table. Nothing easy, but I always think that first match for, any player of course, but SVB, for as great as he is, that first match in the final 64, I think plays with a bit more pressure. He can get through that. I think you're going to see his best pull moving on. And from 5-2 down, Ko Ping Yi just putting rack after rack together as well over Gonzalez. Now ahead 6-5. More of the break he's looking for, and look at the 2 ball. Friendly kiss. He's going to get a nice angle to drop on a difficult 3 as well.
You talk about Van Bonin in the last 64. It's interesting you should say that, because the only event he would put in the same bracket as this in terms of what means a lot to him would be the US Open. He's obviously still looking for that record-breaking 6th title. The last 2 years in a row, he's gone out in the last 64 stage.
Yeah, it's funny how that is. And wow, Wu Kun Lin missed the 8 right behind him after Shane went for a tough bank shot. So now a 2-game lead for SVB.
Yeah, he had an absolute sitter of a 9 into the side pocket there, Van Bonin, leading 8-6.
And America, most of America waking up and probably flipping it right on to see what Captain America's up to. And he trailed 6-3 in that match. Has he won 5 on the spin?
It was 6-3, yeah. If he was to lose that, that would mean we're still in the last 64 stage, and all of the last 3 winners of the championship would be out. And maybe the last 4, because Gorst is obviously struggling in his match.
Yeah, I think Billy Thorpe did get through, correct? He was up.
Yeah. 11-8 against Oliver Shalnocki, who's been a semi-finalist in the World Championship before.
Yeah, and I think he lost 11-10 when he was a semi-finalist, if I remember correctly. Or maybe close. That was his quarterfinal match a few years ago.
In my head, it was 11-9. It was against Al Shaheen, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not to say I'm right.
Yeah, we usually don't forget numbers or much of anything else, Michael, so I'm going to go with your call there. But yeah, BJ Usry has made it through to the final 32. Hunter Lombardo, I don't know if he's teed it off yet.
Yeah, it was 11-9 against Al Shaheen. Following year, actually, Shalnocki was beaten 11-10 in the quarters.
That's what I was thinking of, the quarters, yeah.
Against Kazakis.
Yeah, and then Kazakis lost 11-10 to Al Yusuf in that same, right? Or was that the year before I'm thinking of as well? I know Kazakis lost an 11-10 match to get to the semis, and I thought it was Al Yusuf. Can't remember exactly, but...
No, yeah. No, because Kazakis and Al Yusuf were the two beaten semi-finalists that year.
Yeah. Now Yusuf at that point was making some noise, it seemed like every event.
Well, Al Yusuf made a lot of noise at the World Championship last year because he ended up being thrust into the role of interpreter for Mohammed Soufi, whose English wasn't great, but if you were watching earlier, actually, you'll know it's come on a lot since then.
Yeah, a lot like his game. It's just steadily improving. Look at this guy here. He's going to power up going forward here, trying to get to the center of the table. Just got beautiful cue action. Exactly the type I like to see, really.
Fu Che Wei, who was a rack away, I believe it was, from getting to the final many years ago. He's got one back against João Griot, Portuguese player. Still just looking for one more, though. It's 10-6.
Yeah, Griot always impressing me how much he's improving every time I see him. Tough player. Along with the guy on the table who's not giving Liu Ray Tang too much time at that table. Looks like he's going to set up for the brown in the middle. Decide to come out.
As I said, Raga has already lost a match in this tournament, but then he lost early on in the European Open last year to Konrad Yusushin. Came through 3 matches on the loser's side. The last of which was against no less a figure than Niels Feijen, and then he was off and running through single elimination. Had some great wins along the way. It's hard to know which was the more impressive. The 11-9 against Joshua Filler, who obviously was playing in front of his home crowd in the semi-final, or the 10-0 against Ko Pin-Yi, who had recently before that won the World Masters in the last 32. He led David O'Cady 8-6 in the final, lost the next 5, but then won 4 in a row to get first to the hill. Played a loose safety, though, to let O'Cady in for 12-all, and then, as we said, that 6 just not dropping in the side for him, and O'Cady sold out from there.
He got awkward here. Oh, nice clean hit. Got a little rub on the 9, so more work to do. I like this play there instead of trying to add side spin, which I think makes it very missable. Now here you're on the fence. I like the lower left myself versus the blind pocket. Did initially look for the lower right. These are huge balls. Even with a 3-0 lead, you don't want to let the momentum change.
He's playing very well, isn't he? And he's absolutely frozen his opponent out for the last couple of racks. Anton Raga already leads 4-0. It's gone 4-all. Tolian Han has just drawn level with Chris Melling. Janiuski 5-2 up against Chang Yulong. Still 4-0 for Amir Ali over Fedor Gorst. Oscar Dominguez 2-1 up on Ali Alabadli. Alexa Pechelge has gone 7-5 up on Naoki Oi. Robbie Capito now into the lead at 4-3 over Ralph Souquet. Wojciech Szewczyk 8-1 up on Moritz Neuhausen. Piers Labutus leads Francesco Candela 4-3. 6-4 for Mark Beisterbosch over Konrad Yusushin. Ko Pin-Yi only just in front of Patrick Gonzalez at 6-5. Honus Suto leading Jeffrey Ignacio also by that score. And Wu Kun Lin is about to get back to only one behind against Shane Van Boning. He's potted a simple 9, so it's 8-7 there now.
Yeah, that's why you build that lead. That way if your opponent comes back, it doesn't take much really to get back in the match. And it's going to be a sweater there coming down the stretch.
And another result I don't think we gave, Viktor Zielinski has ended the run of Aydin Pikniak of Bosnia and Herzegovina 11-4. He'll now play Robbie Capito or Ralph Suke in the last 32.
We're here another 1 ball down and another kiss on the blue 2. Really sets up nicely on the bank, and if the 3 didn't open up, he may not go for that bank, but I can't see him playing safe from here. Everything's pretty natural. He's just got to knock a nice one in. And a bank, he's going to make it 80 to 85, 90%, I think. Something like that, especially he doesn't have to do a whole lot with the cue ball. If you're Liu Ray Ting, you just got to really buy your time and try not to get frustrated, you know, kind of iced out in the chair.
Yeah, we haven't seen Raga do a great deal in the matchroom events since that run to the final of the European Open. Did get to single elimination in Hanoi, but was beaten there by Ralph Suke. I think he would have been expected to overcome, given that that was only a few weeks after his exploits in Suke's home country. And he did play in the UK Open last month, got to the last 32, but was whitewashed 10-0 by Joshua Filler. Should say, though, he got to the semi-finals of the Perry Open. I know you were at that, Jeremy. It was just before the main event in Hanoi. And in terms of the big names, it was pretty much the same field as the main event itself. So did well to get to the semis and was beaten by Fedor Gorst.
Yeah, what a tournament that was, and what a pool room that was. Just a beautiful place there on the other side of Hanoi from where the Hanoi Open was held. But you can see a little body movement there a little early. And normally, Raga, when you see the movement, it's long after the stroke has been delivered, but he wasn't so sure when that one left the tip.
It's funny what you're saying about being the other side of Hanoi. We were obviously so embroiled in the tournament that didn't really get to see much of the place while it was going on, but on the day after the tournament finished, I had most of the day free, so I thought, okay, I'll go and have a look around the place. I'd been thinking all week we were in the centre of Hanoi because it was so busy and bustling around there. Turns out we were half an hour away from the centre of it, so that gives you an indication of what a vast, buzzing city the Vietnamese capital is.
Yeah, there's so much to see there, and of course this trip coming this year, plan on being able to see more of it in the city and not far outside of it. There's of course, what is it, one of the 8th wonders of the world, I think, with that largest cave in the world. I forget the name of it. Many of the people made the trip to see it, about an hour away. But one thing that I passed by a couple times was the botanical gardens there.
Oh yeah,
it looked
yeah.
really incredible.
Yeah, that's probably the thing I remember most, actually, that I saw in the city.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what's going on with table 1 so far today, but there hasn't been so many close matches.
Well, Liu Ray Teng is a very capable player. As I said, he's done well in a number of big international events in the past. And he did well in the UK Open just a few weeks ago. But what can you do about it when your opponent just won't give you a shot?
Yeah, the break's been on point, of course. You wouldn't say it's total luck, but you always got to be a little fortunate to come away with what we've seen, pretty much an offensive shot there after the break in every game. But you also got to knock those shots in as well, and that's what he's been doing.
And there goes another one. Anton Raga has raced away into a 5-0 lead over Liu Ray Teng in the last 64 of the World Championship. Roland Garcia, who's been runner-up before, has won the first rack against Elliot Sanderson. Oscar Dominguez now 3-1 up on Ali Alobadli. Joshua Filler has now started his match on table 9, or at the very least is just about to anyway, against Fitim Haradinaj. Alexa Peschel pulling away a bit now against Naoki Oi, who's a former world semi-finalist. That's 8-5 to the very likeable young Serbian. Robbie Capito 4-3 up on Ralph Suke. Wojciech Szewczyk leads Moritz Neuhausen 9-1. Francesco Candela is up against the informed Pius Labutis of Lithuania, who's had such a good 12 months or so. Labutis just ahead there at 4-3. Mark Bijsterbosch with a 6-4 lead over Konrad Jusicin. It's 6-all now between Copagny and Patrick Gonzalez, and Jonas Suto has a one-rack advantage against Jeffrey Ignacio, 6-5 to the Spanish player. Roland Garcia has added another one. Now leads Elliot Sanderson 2-0.
Yeah, Elliot's really got to channel that incredible comeback he had yesterday against Al Nar, down trailing 6-1 for his tournament life. Came back and won. Well, it wasn't Al Nar, was it? It was someone else.
No, it was Al Nar.
It was Al Nar.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. It wasn't for his tournament life, but it was to get in through winner's qualification.
Sure.
And,
got through Hill.
Yeah, he got through, made a heck of a comeback and played very well doing so, and really has to, the way Al Nar's played. Now he's exited, but what a fine tournament for him.
I thought Sanderson might never actually finish that match, because right at the start of the deciding rack, he just couldn't see what shot to play. He was looking at it up and down. Must have gone on for 5, 6, maybe 7 minutes. In the end, he just pushed out. But it worked out very well for him, because from that he got the opportunity from which he cleared up to win the match.
Yeah, I think Federgors has just lost another game. They had it on the big screen, showing a bit of that match. So what is that, 6-1?
Well, if he's lost another one, it's 5-0.
5-0, okay.
Yeah.
Well, the one has just had a direct path to that side every rack. Now, he does have a look at the red 3 after making the 2 in that same side pocket, but it doesn't appear much offensive. I don't think he can float off the left side of the 3 really and contain going behind the 9. Could be wrong. Getting down quickly, so it looks like he's just going to push through.
I think we were in danger of forgetting what Lou Riteng looks like. Finally back at the table.
Yeah, more fans showing up daily here. Should have a good final couple days, and heard the VIP and the finals are sold out. The semifinal and finals, and good effort there from Lou Riteng, but he's going to serve up another shot. Little thin here on the 3, not bad, but just considering holding for the 4, I think it does pass in the same corner though, so he can work the cue ball.
You did really well with that trivia question I set for you earlier today, Jeremy. So here comes another one.
Oh boy.
I think this one's probably easier.
Really?
Yeah.
Because you've given me some tough ones in the
I
past,
have,
especially for a guy that ain't very smart.
Oh, come on now. Well, I think you've earned the right to an easier one, but still a bit of a challenge. So it's relevant to this match, obviously. How many players from the Philippines have won the World Championship?
Let's see. 1, 2. Oh, was that 2?
Well, tell us who you've got.
Well, I know Alex. I was there.
Yeah, well, he was representing Canada, though.
Oh,
by
okay,
then.
Okay. So I was there in '99 when Efren won.
Well, actually, yeah, with Pagaline, I think we're a bit hazy as to when exactly he made the crossover.
Yeah.
But let's say we exclude him from the conversation then.
Okay.
How many others have won it?
So the one I wasn't present was Carlo Beato. That's one.
Yep.
I was there for Efren in '99. I was there for Ronnie Alcano.
2006.
Yeah, the most incredible. Him and Efren both had to do two incredible things in the group stages. Efren trailed 6-1 against Vincent Falquet. Had to win that match to just qualify. Went in as a 64th seed and ended up winning the event. Ronnie Alcano had to win 8-2 in his last match in the group stage. Won 8-2 on the number to qualify as a 64th seed. Went on to win the match. Let me think, who else? Who am I missing?
I think Pagulayan probably hadn't switched over to Canada by then.
Yeah. So that's 3.
Yeah.
And I'm hard pressed to think of another, really.
There is one more.
There is one more, okay. Oh, Rudolfo Luat, right?
No.
No, he won the World 8-Ball Championships, I believe, in '96. Let's see here. Well, Bustamante never won it.
He did.
He did?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's who I'm missing then, yeah.
2010. First of the Doha era.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Uh-oh, he's going to get a little elevated. He wants that to go. This is going to be awkward, not only pocketing the 7, but also pocketing, playing position on the 8. So he's really got to show us one here, whether with speed or really delicate. Yeah, the U.S. Open 9-Ball Championships is the one that eluded Francisco. So that would be 4, right?
Well, 5 if we count Pagulayan, because I think he was still representing the Philippines then. Yeah, very good. Shane Van Boning, of course, the World Championship. Yeah, really good. The World Championship was the one that eluded him for so long. But he won it 2 years ago, and he's just won the 16th rack to go 9-7 up on Wu Kunlin, a match in which he has trailed for a lot of it, but he's won 6 of the last 7 racks now.
Well, I'll tell you, they just had that big one-pocket tournament, big money tournament also, and Francisco hadn't been back. Look at this shot here. Decided to play it pretty simple, and he's going to have to show us a pretty nice one up the rail. One of the prettiest shots anytime you're cutting the ball past the side down the cushion. But everyone in the building told me how well he played, so it'd be amazing to see what kind of results he could have if he got back out here and played some World 9-Ball Tour at 60 years old or 61.
And that is half a dozen racks to nil. Anton Raga producing about as dominant as a display as we've seen all week here. He leads 6-0.
Yeah, if we had stats on this match, as far as balls pocketed, wow, what would it be? I think Liu Ritang, he made the 1, 2, 3, 4, played safe on the 5-ball, was it, in the 3rd game? Something like that?
Yeah. Let's look at other scores then. 6-0 between Jonas Suto and Jeffrey Ignacio. Patrick Gonzalez got a great chance of knocking out former champion Ko Pin-Yi. That one is 7-6 to Gonzalez. Mark Boisterbosch is also a rack ahead against Konrad Yusishin at 6-5. Pius Labutas 5-3 over Francesco Candela. Moritz Neuhausen has won the 11th rack, but it looks likely to be in vain now. 9-2 down against Wojciech Szewczyk. Robbie Capito 4-3 up on Ralph Souquet. Alexa Pechelge continuing to pull away from Naoki Oi, who reached the semi-finals 12 years ago. It's 9-5 there now. Pechelge needs 2 more. If he gets them, he'll play João Grillo, because the Portuguese player has now won 11-6 against Fu Che Wei. Joshua Fillers won the first against Fitim Haradinaj. Oscar Dominguez has built a 4-1 lead against Ali Alobadli. Yanioski 6-2 up on Chang Yulong. Chris Melling 6-4 against Tolian Han. Still 2-0 for Roland Garcia against Elliot Sanderson. And you were right, JJ. Amir Ali did win another rack against Fedor Gorst. He now leads him 5-0.
That's amazing, really. Really haven't seen Fedor at the table much either, so probably the way you keep him with the donut.
Meanwhile, back here, first dry break of the match.
Yeah, and kind of unfortunate. Most likely he's got to play safe. Could cut at this, and I wouldn't blame him if he did, trying to go right up and down the table, maybe at the 9. Very makeable ball, even though it's difficult. He's going to try and kill the cue ball behind the 7. Is it enough? I'll tell you, definitely got the snooker, at least partially. We saw already one incredible jump shot. May go for another. Actually, he feels like he can get at this one. Shot inside spin, maybe a subtle swerve around the 7. May go for the bank here. Doesn't have all the 2 ball. Could just chip the 2 and leave it kind of on the rail for a difficult combination, or maybe no shot. But the cross side bank, what a shot that was. Isn't that bad? Because you can track the cue ball up and down. Bit of a backdoor safety as well. It lays pretty natural. I like him going for this. Especially, it doesn't feel like he's going to miss. Just kind of smooth it up and down the table like that. Yeah, but you can see how difficult the 2 is going to play with the 3 back down. I think that was a smart shot.
Big news. Amir Ali has won the 6th rack against Federer Gorst. It's 6-0. Do you know much about him?
Not at all, and I don't know if he's the best player even from Iraq.
He has played in the World Championship before, and he took Victor Zielinski to a hill finish, albeit Zielinski was very young at the time.
Yeah, well, very young for Zielinski. He could still play, of course. Youngest player ever to win a Euro Tour event. Was he 15? Is that what it was? 16?
I think it was 16.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, he'd already done that by the time Ali played him in the World Championship.
Yeah, I figured I didn't think he was like 12 or anything. I was hoping not anyways, but with all the great Polish players, right, it would have been hard to qualify. Now, he's going for a tough shot here. Awkward cueing. Watch out for all ball fouls, of course, but tells me maybe a 3-9 kiss shot is available if he happens to bury this. There's not a whole lot of safeties, though, so maybe figures I can come back with the cue ball, maybe get a little fortunate on the miss. Wow, what a strike. Watch out, 5 ball. Watch out, 5 ball. Wow, that's unfortunate. Really speared that. And Kendall has missed the 9. He's had a lot of chances in this match. It's right in front of us and really has cleared a few racks and just made the late mistake. Now 6-3 for Labutis.
Well, Piers Labutis is someone to absolutely keep an eye on. He's had a great year, been to a couple of big open event semi-finals, including one just a few weeks ago in Telford. And he's also been in the final of 2 of the smaller ranking events in the last few months.
Yeah, one of them not so small, the Derby City Classic, 500 players. And
only lost Hill in the final against Joshua Filler.
And he's always been a great cueist and just really kind of coming into his own.
Well, I remember you talking about him maybe 2-3 years ago, like way beyond anything he'd achieved in the game. You were building him up, and always someone like you can spot the potential in someone who hasn't done a huge amount yet, but you can see he's going to, and he's living up to that now.
Well, the thing is, he's from
Lithuania.
I know.
I'll help you out, Jay.
Yeah. I usually don't have a problem with that one. Just some reason today having a few issues, but it's easy to be kind of the big fish in a small bowl kind of thing, where there's not a lot of great players there, and really kind of learning from all these other greats from around the world. Our first big mistake, not only the missed ball, but a scratch with the cue ball.
I'll tell you what, if anyone is going to be struggling with the heat here, it's got to be Piers, where he comes from.
Don't know much about Lithuania.
It's very northern Europe,
Oh,
so
yeah.
really cold there.
Skinny fellow, though. He can handle it. Oh, big fluke there from Copigny at 7-7. With Patrick Gonzalez.
You know, you talk about Gonzalez there, we're watching Raga here. I was thinking, if you had a tournament and said, right, Philippines players only, it would still be one of the best tournaments of the year. And you'd have such narratives as well, the established guys, the younger names.
And it wouldn't be like 4 or 8 players either. You could fill 16 or maybe even 32. They carried 11, is that right, into the final 64? I think that was the number.
No, it wasn't quite 11. They started out with 13, and 9 of them got through.
Oh, 9, okay.
Anyway, let's look at Lou Retain for a moment, because we've not had much opportunity to do so in this match. Has been to the last 32 of the World Championship before, in 2019. He'd been to this round the year before that. And had a lot of good results last year in world ranking tournaments. Got to the quarterfinals of the one in Connecticut almost a year ago now. Did well in the Scottish Open, the Perry Open. Got to single elimination at the UK Open. And as I said, went much further than that in the UK this year.
Yeah. I was going to say, though, just like we talked about yesterday in a match, I believe it was, or maybe the day before, when you trail at this number, and it's hard not to be thinking of it or have the thought enter your mind. I'm not saying you're keying on it, but you feel like every ball is just a tournament for yourself. I mean, trailing 6-0, he's got to put something special together.
Yeah, unlike Raga, Lou Retain has got here undefeated. In fact, he only lost 4 racks in his first 2 matches, and he wasn't playing mugs, you know. He was up against Sanyan Pelovanovic in his first match and Petri Makinen in his second.
Yeah, Makinen, who was a semi-finalist, and we all know the talent of, at the UK Open, we all know the talent of Sanjan. Of course, Sanjan kind of happened to him again today against Eklund Kachi.
Tough day for past winners of this title, and Joshua Filler can be added to that list. Early stages against Fitim Haradinaj, but he is behind at 2-1.
And good morning, America. SVB's on the hill, and it looks like he has his opponent snookered, up 10-7. Wu Kun Lin going to the air.
Well, Lou Retain had his chance in that rack, but wasn't able to take it, so like all the racks that went before it, it's gone the way of Anton Raga. He now leads 7-0 and is already very close to a place in the last 32. Winner of this match, by the way, will play either Hunter Lombardo of the US or the Austrian Mario He, who was so close to getting to the final last year. Elsewhere, 2-2 between Elliot Sanderson and Roland Garcia. Chris Melling 7-4 against Tolian Han. Yanni Uski leads 8-2 against Chang Yu Lung. Amir Ali 6-0 up on Fedor Gorst, as I was saying. Remarkable stuff. Oscar Dominguez well in front, 5-1 against Ali Alobadli, the only player in the field from Qatar. Now Yuki Oi is hanging on. He's back to 9-6 down against Alexa Pachelj. Robbie Capito leads Ralph Souquet 5-3. Wojciech Szewczyk is now on the hill at 10-2 against Moritz Neuhausen. Pius Labuta 6-3 against Francesco Candela. Shane Van Bonin on the hill, as we were saying, 10-7 against Wu Kun Lin. Mark Bijsterbosch pulling away against Konrad Yusishin, that's 8-5. Jeffrey Ignacio 1 up on Jonas Suto, that's 7-6. And it's 7-all between Copigny and Patrick Gonzalez. One disappears into the side pocket again.
I think he's going to be snookered, but I think he may take on the jump. He really doesn't mind taking on a tough jump shot with the push shot option available. Seen Raga do this quite often. You know, there is the value, of course, on certain jumps. You could get fortunate in some kind of way, not leaving a shot, maybe fluking a ball. But I gotta believe he's a little bit of a favorite here, maybe 60% good thing is if he does knock it in, the red 3's right there. Now this is the type you could easily let up on a little. When it's near the rail, just something about it. So don't let up and catch the brown 7. Give up ball in hand. Swish. He's got to play a nice one here, just because the speed control's got to be really good with the black 8 hovering over the pink. He's got a nice angle to go around the 6, it appears, and should be able to reach this okay. Copigny with a nice combination on the 9 to go up 8-7 over Gonzalez. You know, I don't know Gonzalez at all. Really? Do you know a whole lot about him, Michael?
Not really.
I've never seen him, never heard of him, really.
Yeah, no, I have heard of him before. But as you always say, and Carl says as well, you see the Philippines flag next to someone at one of these big international events, you know they're really good.
Yeah, it's Chinese Taipei seems the same.
You know, you've got Copigny there having to battle against Gonzalez. You've got Shane Van Bonen, who's just been pegged back to 10-8 against Wu Kun Lin. Gorst obviously well behind. Filler's got an early deficit. Still no former winners of this title through to the last 32, and there aren't going to be many of them.
Yeah, just a lot of pressure, and of course, again, we always talk about it, or at least I believe it, really. Another bank shot there from Raga. How many banks has he made in this set in the first 7 or 8 games? But you know, the other players are just catching up a bit. They're finding out, you know, if I just worry about myself, not worrying about the name I'm playing, they have the skills, and you know, if you're prepared, you don't have to have all the shots. It's just all the shots you have need to be quality.
So we were talking earlier about the Philippines players who've won this championship in the past. It's hard to see any reason why Raga couldn't put his name on that list this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he breaks the balls well enough. You know, that's just like yesterday. People asked a couple, ooh, did get her down. That's why he's also fun. Even when it's a miss, you can kind of feel the body and see how much he wants it, right? He doesn't want anything bad to happen. But just like yesterday, a couple people asked me about the Albin Chua match, and I thought, well, Chua played pretty well overall against Jason. Had a couple misses I think you could excuse just because they're balls he's supposed to make. But I just didn't feel like Albin could keep up breaking with Johan, to be fair. And Albin's improved on the break quite a bit, but you know, just like you know, I think Chris Melling, for instance, he's got to really have an exceptional run of breaking the balls to be able to win this tournament. Of course, that does turn around. He's capable also, but there's certain things you have to have, I think. And I think you got to be pretty good at the long ball because you know it's going to come up. I think you have to be able to make some good decisions mentally, and you have to be able to break the balls well.
The one thing you could say that might count against Raga, you would think, in terms of trying to win this, is his lack of experience of playing on this sort of stage. But he just rocked up at the European Open out of nowhere in the context of these tournaments and was 1 rack away from winning it. So I don't think that is a factor. He's definitely a contender for this. Let's look elsewhere. Elliot Sanderson in front now against Roland Garcia at 3-2. Chris Melling, who you just mentioned, is at the table and leading 8-4 against Tolian Han. It's 8-2 for Janiuski over Chang Yulong. Ali O'Badley's just 1 rack 7 to get back to 5-2 down against Oscar Dominguez. Joshua Filler is levelled at 2-0 with Vitam Haradinaj. 9-6 for Alexa Pechelge over Naoki Oi. It was a close start between Robbie Capito and Ralph Souquet, but Capito's got it now to 6-3. Wojciech Szewczyk is still looking for one more. 10-2 he leads Moritz Neuhausen. Who saw that kind of a scoreline coming? Piers Labutus now 6-4 against Francesco Candela. Shane Van Bonen, as we were just saying, 10-8 against Wu Kun Lin. But surely the big story going on at the moment is the one on table 4, where it is Fedor Gorst 0, Amir Ali 7.
Wow, that's just it's amazing, really. And the amazing part is we can't see how the match has really gone about, but you know, how many chances has Fedor got that he didn't really take advantage of? I'll tell you what, though, and I tell you okay, there's a little opportunity, a little opening. The thing I may see about Raga, and there's not really a flaw here, I think, but you know, if the shots after the break aren't coming, and let's say he's facing an opponent that, you know, a quality opponent like we have here at the World Pool Championships, it seems like he likes to control the pace of the match. And if someone that, you know, is getting some shots and returning serve, you know, exchanging some games and kind of can slow him down a bit, right? Make him a little more heady and thinking about things. You know, I think it get him to where you may see a bit more of a mistake here and there. And that's not always going to be the case, but, you know, it's been a big part of pool for a long time, kind of controlling the pace of play. And I think right there we may see him come across that bridge at some point and see how he handles it, assuming he gets past the man that's at the table now.
I don't know about you, Jeremy, but I never like to see anyone getting whitewashed, especially on a big occasion like this. Liu Ritang has a chance here to at least ensure that won't happen.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when they really haven't done a ton wrong. I mean, there hasn't been like game after game of having opportunities and really not taking advantage. Kon Lin is at the table running out, trying to make it 10-9. He's in a great position with 4 balls left.
Yeah, semi-finalist last year for the second time in his career in the World Championship.
Well, the thing about it, you know, is that going to get? Okay. The thing about him is, as we talked about, he's just not a player that's going to give it away. Just plays super solid. May have a miss here and there like we all do, but you know, a lot of times in these high pressure moments we see players, you know, make a lot of mistakes, whether it be with the brain or with the arm, but or a combination of both. That's just not him very often.
Chris Melling, incidentally, looks to be moving a lot better today. He was really struggling to get round the table yesterday. He started Wednesday in hospital, finished it in single elimination, managed to get through the day, lost to Aloysius Yap, and beat Imran Majid in the All-British clash to make the final 64. He's basically got gout in his foot and he could barely move yesterday morning, but seems to be moving a lot better today. He's 9-4 up now against Tolian Han. If he gets through, he could have another All-British clash tonight, because he would play either Elliot Sanderson or Roland Garcia, and Sanderson is 4-2 up at the moment.
Yeah, Conrad Jushishin trying to get out of here to cut the lead for Beisterbosch to 10-6. I kind of wonder about Conrad, really great player and so talented. Was having more results not long ago, but been a little quiet of late.
Yeah, and he has got back to 10-6 there. Okay, so we won't see a whitewash. Liu Ritang has got one on the board.
Same thing for Fedor. He's shooting the 9 right now to get on the board.
Yeah, and he's got it. So Amir Ali leads Fedor Gorst 7-1. Yanniuski 8-2 up, and Chang Yulong. Mayuki always got another one back against Alexa Peschel. She closes to 9-7. Francesco Candela has closed to within 1 of Piers Labutus at 6-5. Wu Kun Lin 10-9 down against Shane Van Boning, so the champion of 2 years ago is right up against it there. Mark Beisterbosch, as we said, 10-6 against Konrad Jushishin. Ko Pin Yi is taking an 8-7 lead over Patrick Gonzalez, and it's 8-all between Hona Suto and Jeffrey Ignacio. So much going on, Jeremy. So many big stories developing here and so many close finishes in prospect. This is what it's all about. Meanwhile, back here, it's very one-sided, but at least Lu Riteng has got one on the board now. And we're going to see his first break of the match.
Yeah, nice break off. He's going to get a nice kiss to come across and kiss the blue 2 into position, and can't ask for much more than this. Very playable blue 2. We'll get a look at the 3.
Another winner to report is Wojciech Szewczyk of Poland. An 11-2 winner against Moritz Neuhausen. Well, that really is an eyebrow raiser, isn't it? He'll now play either Pius Labutus or Francesco Candela. 6-5 Labutus at the moment. I mean, we all knew Szewczyk could beat Neuhausen. If it had been a bit closer, it wouldn't have been a major surprise, but 11-2, especially after Neuhausen played so well yesterday on this table against Billy Thorpe. Wu Kunlin at the table, looking for 10-all against Shane Van Boning. And of course, if he does get that, he'll be breaking in the case game.
Yeah. Snookered here on the 3. Wu Kunlin.
Whereas Lu Riteng might have a 3-9 combination coming up. Oh, Wu Kunlin has jumped out of that. Hit it a bit harder. He might even have fluked it in the side, but as it is, he's left it right over the pocket and given Van Boning a chance to get the job done and get into the last 32. Lu Riteng has made the 3-9 combination. So, nothing wrong with that at all. Nice break and a very quick kill. Still such a long way to come back from, though. It's 8-2.
Yeah, SVB's really got one good shot here to position the cue ball for the pink. And the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 really on the bottom end, and shouldn't be a problem. Looks like he's gotten into a pretty good position.
Patrick Gonzalez has won rack 16, so is now level again with the champion of 9 years ago, Ko Pin Yi. That's 8-all. It's really been a theme of this championship. Problems and unexpected defeats for players who've won this championship before. Carlo Beato going out so early, Alban Ocean getting a bit further, but not much.
Yeah. You know, we've seen some matches just stay one way, but a lot of them have changed throughout the match. 2 or 3 times, really, it seems.
And of course, the most recent winner of the World Championship, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, claimed the title in the snow and ice of Kielce in Poland last year. Lost it today in the intense heat of Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, beaten by Mickey Kraus, who finished off with his second golden break of the match.
Yeah, SVB now on the 6 ball. He can kind of hold the cue ball if he wants. Has a little angle. It could stun him forward. Look like a dry break. And we'll see what Raga has in mind. He can kind of go rail first, clipping across the one, trying to bleed the cue ball over behind the pink. Difficult shot, though, and not the worst play in the world, though, especially with a difficult push-out situation, the one near the side. The SVB's in a good spot. He wants the cue ball cleaned, it looks like.
Fedor Gorst is not in a good spot, but it's a slightly better one now because he's won 2 in a row, back to 7-2 down against Amir Ali.
And, you know, Federer's had a lot of mistakes in this tournament at times. He's missed 2 9-balls last night during the match. Did get the win at Hill, but I just wonder if he's ever gotten his break going, because, I mean, that is another piece that usually separates him, and he needs it now, if any time at all.
Shane Van Boening was 6-3 down against Wu Kunlin, but he's taken 8 of the next 11 racks to come through 11-9. He's the first player who's won this championship before to make it into the last 32 this year. In Poland in 2023, his hopes were ended of a second world title by Duong Kwok Wang, but where DQH succeeded, WKL could not. Van Boening is through. Chris Melling's on the hill now, 10-4 against Tolian Han. He's really streaked away. It was close going early on.
And from the looks of things, not just the score, looks like Chris has played his most solid match of the tournament, really.
He had that amazing match against Imran Majid last night where he broke dry 7 times. Still won comfortably.
And it looks like he's going to take on the kick shot after the push here. 8-2. I wonder if I take this on if I'm Lou Retang. This kick shot, not that hard. A lot of good things can happen, not just making it. So may have taken this kick shot on, trying to make something happen, put some racks together maybe. What's the Naoki Ori score? He just got one back, so I know it's tightening up.
Yeah, he needs to get another 4 basically, because he's 10-7 down to Alexa Pescelj of Serbia. So Lou Retang just starting to get a bit of a foothold in this match now. Ball in hand, a chance to make it 3 on the spin. Pescelj on the hill, Melling on the hill as we said, and Mark Bijsterbosch as well at 10-7 against Konrad Jusicin.
Yeah, I think there was 6 Americans that did go through. Hunter, Oscar, right? Billy Thorpe, BJ Ussery,
Van Boening and Gorst.
And Gorst,
yeah, exactly half of the dozen Americans who started out.
Yeah, Oscar's got a tough match. Very good cueing. They're all tough, right? Doesn't matter who you're playing, really. They're all those soft draws. There are some favorable ones, but nothing soft. If you don't perform, you're going to be on the sidelines. He's in a good position here. I wouldn't try to get too much out of this cue ball. Maybe just a few inches back.
Elliot Sanderson is carving out a nice lead for himself over Roland Garcia, the former world runner-up. It's 5-2 now to Sanderson. And of course, he could really do with building a big lead, because boy, does he start to feel it and breathe heavily when it gets close in the finish of a match.
Yeah, and one of the biggest comebacks we saw yesterday, Roland was down 7-1, along with Elliott actually down 6-1. Both pulling out that match to get to this final 64. Now the difference was Roland's was on the 1-loss side. Elliott had another barrel if he had lost, but got through undefeated.
Sanderson had a good job in the civil service actually, and left it a year or 2 ago to become a full-time pool player, so It's so important to him to achieve every bit of success that he can to justify that decision.
You can see definitely a different pace around the table for our two players, and this is kind of what I mean. If he had gotten some shots early, or at least a few more shots, may have gotten a little more hold, maybe slowed Raga down a bit. Jushishin's gotten another back. So now only trails 10-7 to Bijsterbosch at the table as well.
Lou Retang's comeback continues. Was 8-0 down, it's now 8-3. Fitim Haradinaj has levelled with Joshua Filler, the 2018 champion, at 3-all. Janiuski is 8-4 up against Chang Yu Lung. Oscar Dominguez 6-2 over Ali Al-Obadli of Qatar. Alexa Pechelge 10-8 now against Naoki Oi. Ralph Souquet is coming back against Robbie Capito. He's close to 6-5. Piers Labutas has just made it 7-5 against Francesco Candela. 8-all between Copini and Patrick Gonzalez, and Honasuto is 9-8 up against Jeffrey Ignacio. And there is one match only just starting. That's Hunter Lombardo of the US against Austria's very experienced two-time World Cup winner, Mario He. And they are the current scores you can see there. Elliot Sanderson's got another one on the board now, so 6-2 against Roland Garcia. Could be an all-Yorkshire clash in the last 32 this evening, because, as I said, if Sanderson does get through, well, I can tell you he will definitely play Chris Melling, because they're just shaking hands. Close going early on, as I said, in Melling's match against Tolian Han from Singapore, but Melling has streaked away to win by 11 racks to 4. He's in the last 32. Lou Retang is standing up, itching to get on with it. Anton Raga has just taken a brief break. You can notice in the corner of your picture there's a big discussion going on with Marcel Eckhart, the senior referee, and a couple of players. Can you make out who that is, Jeremy?
Yeah, that's
it's Suso,
Comino.
yeah. And Jeffrey Ignacio.
Yeah, very tight match.
You know, of all the sporting events I've not been lucky enough to go to, number one on my list, Jeremy, is the Masters Golf at Augusta National. Number two on my list is the tennis at Wimbledon. I've no excuse, really. I spent half my life in London. I've still never managed to make it to Wimbledon. But I've always thought if I go, I wouldn't want to go to the show courts. I'd want to walk around the outside courts and see a bit of everything. And I feel it's a bit like that at these big pool events. You walk around, and of course, because the playing area is so small for each match, you can watch 8-10 players all at once.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, and the setup was like that on purpose, right? So you can get a feel of whatever player you wanted to come see, or whatever player that may become the one you're following for one reason or another. And Lou Retang's going to be very upset how he hit the rack there. Super thin, really close to not even contacting the one, really. And yeah, I'm right there with you. Been to the Masters, never been to Wimbledon, excuse me, and or the U.S. Open in the tennis. Always wanted to go to Flushing Meadows. I was a tennis player, believe it or not.
Oh, I can well believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, back-to-back dry breaks for Lou Retang, and from this one he's left a very good opportunity for Raga to get within 2. Meanwhile, more big news from table 4, because after losing the last 2 racks to let Federgorst back into it a bit, Amir Ali of Iraq has won rack 10. He's 8-2 up now on Federgorst. So really, you would have to say, Jeremy, that match is going to turn into arguably the greatest ever recovery we've seen in the World Championship, or perhaps its biggest ever upset.
Yeah, at least maybe at this stage, right? Or the biggest event ever. and 9-ball pool here in Jeddah for a lot of reasons. So many implications moving forward after this event for whoever really takes it down, and depending on who they are, maybe the second and third place finishers as well. He's got to make a nice shot here to gain position on the 5 properly to make it easy on the 6. If he falls short, the brown 7 could really come into play. Looks like he's got a perfect angle to really manage the speed well. Just wants to creep into the kitchen or the break box. That would be a good spot for the cue ball. That's going to be light. That's going to be light. And not the shot again. He can't pound around with the 7 in the way, coming off this kind of bad angle. And we talked about maybe Federer turning it around and making the story of the year, as far as, you know, not having his best early and maybe grinding through a few matches. But also there's always that saying, if you keep, you know, flirting with fire, right, and not putting in the shots you need or the racks you need, these players, no matter who it is he banking another one? And that's all about position.
Well, you know, going back to Gorst, you've kind of summed it up pretty well there, really, because he lost his first match to Mustafa Alnhar. But even the 2 wins he got to get to this stage, he could easily have lost both of them. 9-7 against Long Duc Tien, and then just squeezed home against the really talented young Philippines player, Kyle Amarato, by 9 racks to 8.
Yeah, and both those, you know, he got some help. A scratch on the break at Hill with Amarato, and of course the push out, the non-call on the push out at 8-7 from Thien, and Thien knew it as soon as the referee called foul. He did not question a thing. Yeah. You just wonder why, really, with Federer Gorst, so many struggles here. I think he arrived as early as any other player that wasn't from Saudi. First player I put my eyes on, you know, me and Carl arrived, what, Wednesday the 29th, I believe it was, which I preached to the players, which is amazing to me, some of the Americans, how late they show up to some of these overseas events. I don't know how they could do it. Even when I was younger, it's very taxing to me, not only the stress of the event, but you want to have 100% strength.
So Lou Reed Teng won 3 racks in a row, but he's lost that one. And crucially, I think you would have to say, in the context of what we've seen already in this match, he's handed the break now back to Raga, who only needs 2 more to advance. Chang Yulong has got it back to 8-6 down against Janiuski. Elliot Sanderson continuing his wonderful afternoon here in Jeddah. 7-2 now he leads Roland Garcia. American Hunter Lombardo has won the first against Mario He. Oscar Dominguez 7-2 up against Ali Alobadli. Fitim Haradinaj leads again against Joshua Filler. Haradinaj has beaten a really big name in the past, you know. He defeated Francisco Sanchez Ruiz at the UK Open last year, just after FSR had won this. Naoki Oi battling back against Alexa Pechels, but the young Serbian still needs just 1 more. It's 10-8 there. Ralph Souquet is really on a roll. He's level now with Robbie Capito at 6-all. Piers Labutus has made it 8-5 against Francesco Candela. Mark Bijsterbosch still needs another one. 10-8 against Konrad Yusishin. And the other matches, it's 8-all between Ko Pagny and Patrick Gonzalez. Well, Ko has just gone 9-8 in front there. And it's 9-all between Jonas Suto and Jeffrey Ignacio.
Yeah, and Yusishin just got another one. So now 10-9 in that match. Very playable combination here, but is it kind of going away from the red 3, the cue ball, and the angle on the combo? This overhead will tell us. Yes, it is. And I don't know if he can really spin the cue ball. May come some 3 rails around. Left side rail. No, he's going to try and roll this in, I think. Okay.
So, having snapped his 3-rack losing streak, Anton Raga has got a chance here to get to the hill. Eight 8-2 now for Elliot Sanderson against Roland Garcia. So at the moment we've got a 9-all, a 9-8, a 10-9, a 10-8, an 8-6. Could be some really close finishes over the next half hour or so. Not looking like one here though. Raga has played very well. Federer Gorst has got another one back, so he's won 3 of the last 4 now against Amir Ali. That's 8-3 in favour of the Iraqi.
Yeah, you kind of feel like he's putting a little bit of rhythm together with the swing, probably winning 3 out of the last 4, but you know, he's got to get a lot of shots after the break. It sounds like the man from Iraq is playing the game very well. Of course, hard sometimes. Oh, I thought he missed it. Raga will make you jump from the comm box. I'll tell you, when his body moves, I kind of move with it. And but he's playing well. Of course, it's not easy to cross the finish line. It's such a big event against such big players, but you got to believe he's prepared. He's ready to do it. It's the 8 and 9 now, and again, from day to day, things can change with this game. Just like I said earlier about golf, you see a guy go out and shoot 61, and he shoots 74 the next day, and you wonder how that's possible. But good thing for Raga is he's got to play that next match, as long as some miracle doesn't happen here for Lou Reed Tang later on this evening. And usually if they play a good one early, they're going to continue that day to play very well.
And Anton Raga is now leading Lou Reed Tang by 10 racks to 3. Another break and run there. As I was saying earlier, you know, after he had that great run at the European Open, he was beaten not long after that in the last 64 of the Hanoi Open by the veteran of veterans, Ralph Souquet, winner of this championship 28 years ago. Well, Souquet could be on the way to doing something similar today, because he's up against Robbie Capito, who, as you know, won the UK Open not even a month ago. And Souquet is now leading that match 7-6.
Well, I thought the tables, you know, the tables we had at the UK Open, I thought the pocket was tougher. I thought that was going to be a stretch for Ralph to make a deep, deep run. Just, I think the long ball at times, or even a casual ball that's not so long, can be missed. But I thought these tables set up to where Ralph could do a little something, or any of the vets really.
As you said there a few minutes ago, Jeremy, if Raga gets one more rack now, he will play later tonight in the last 32, but he'll have to wait quite some time before finding out who that match will be against, because they're only one rack into the match between Hunter Lombardo and Mario He, and it's the US player Lombardo who's won it.
Yeah, watch for the golden break here. We've seen some of these great performances be finished with the golden break.
Yeah, I think it's happened 3 times now on the main table already.
Yeah, great performance by Deng Junhui. You know, after he lost the first 2 games to break and runs, Alexa Pazels misses the 6th ball up 10-8 against Naoki Oi to finish that match off. Oi's still alive and looks good to make it 10-9.
As I said, Shane Van Boening, the only player who's won this championship who's through to the last 32 yet. Well, who knows, he might be the only one full stop, because Ko Pin Yi is still trying to shake off Patrick Gonzalez. The Philippines player is at the table with a really good chance to make it 9-all. And Joshua Filler has got a battle on his hands. He's a couple behind now against Fitim Haradinaj at 5-3. And of course, we know about the problems of Federer Gorst.
Yeah, Mark Beisterbosch in a pickle over here in game number 20, ahead 10-9, but not in a good position. So we could see another heel match there between him and Zhu Shixin.
Well, the most famous match of Beisterbosch's career so far was played almost exactly a year ago in Lugo, when he surrendered a decent lead. It was only a couple of racks, but 12-10 in a race to 13. It's significant, of course, and ended up losing that final to Deng Junhui. Is he going to lose from a strong position in another massive match today?
Well, he played an incredible match, the semifinal against P.S. Labutis that went hill as well. Last year's semis and finals, along with this year's, they've been just incredible. I think a lot to do, of course, the players all improving, but a few of the rule changes made a huge difference, I think.
Yeah, I mean, even Ko Ping Chung, he ended up winning by 7 racks in the US Open final, but it was just wonderful to watch his display and how well he performed to win those 10 racks in a row.
Yeah, it seems like when the scores were a little lopsided, it was special performances, really.
Liu Ritang needs pretty much the most special performance of all if he's to stay in this World Championship.
Yeah, he can get at the blue too. Can he knock it away and hold with the 6? Oh, he's got a double kiss. He needs some help. He's going to get him over the purple a bit. Nah.
I think it was 8-2 the last time I gave you the Elliot Sanderson score against Roland Garcia. Well, it's now 9-2. And he could avoid himself all that heavy breathing and all the psychological turmoil he goes through in a close finish, because he could win that one very comfortably, Sanderson, and go through to face his fellow Yorkshireman Chris Melling later. Hunter Lombardo now 2-0 up on Mario He.
Yeah, he wants to finish it here, though with a big lead. Don't want funny things to start happening.
And as one Philippines player looks to close it out here, another has moved to the hill on table 2. Jeffrey Ignacio now leading Jonas Suto by 10 racks to 9.
Yeah, Patrick Gonzalez and Kopi Ni 9-9. Gonzalez at the table. End up a little short here. May show us a nice one coming 3 cushions with low right spin off the pink. Trying to avoid the upper right. Could shoot it with inside, but I really like the outside English here. You get to let the stroke out. Don't have to worry about the speed. Just kind of dig on the cue ball. Oh, he killed it. He killed it nicely. You could see a big finish through the cue ball.
Fedor Gorst has got another one back now. How must Amir Ali be feeling? The Iraqi player was leading 7-0. But he's only won 1 rack out of 5 since then, and that is very much game on once again. 8-4 now.
Yeah, those world champions, former world champions, are doing their best to survive. Oh, Naikoyoi with a scratch on the break at 10-9.
Yeah, and that's 10-9 down against Alexa Peschel. So ball in hand now for the Serbian.
Yeah, and Alexa's made a couple mistakes here. The last few racks, a big missed 6 ball in the last that was very playable. That was to win as well.
Fitim Haradinaj is now 6-3 up on Joshua Filler. The 2018 champion needs a big turnaround.
Yeah, just gotta make one good shot here for Raga. I think he'll use 2 cushions up and down the table. Maybe something different. Could float it. Looks pretty thin to float it though. Looks to be pretty good speed. I tell you, if you're a Raga fan, you gotta like what you're seeing here moving forward.
Yeah, well, I think the one-sided nature of this match, and also the fact that there's so much going on everywhere we look around this wonderful arena here in Jeddah, means that this has all been a bit overshadowed. But really, there should be a lot of attention on this because Raga has played really well. It's not like he played his way into the match. He's just been really good from the start.
Yeah, I had a ton of break and runs. I don't know exactly how many. 5? 6 maybe? 5?
He's had 4 so
4
far.
only, okay. But he's had total control, it seemed.
Yeah.
in every rack.
And what he has now is victory. Anton Raga has defeated Lu Riteng by 11 racks to 3. He looks absolutely delighted, probably as much with how well he played as he is with the victory over a fine player who we saw in the last 16 of the UK Open just a few weeks ago. So victory then for Anton Raga. He's a contender for this world title, no doubt about it. So that concludes the afternoon session on Table 1. Thanks for your company, and we'll be back on here in a little while. And of course the action continues for you to follow online on all the other tables. Wonderful stories going on everywhere, and I'm sure much will have happened in this World Championship by the time play resumes on this table in a little while. Bye-bye.
We've seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him. He's got it! And it would be the shot of the tournament.